Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
and welcome each and all to the Keshe Foundation American Knowledge Team for July 30th, 2023. I'll be your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Squirk and everyone else who's here at this meeting, as this is a roundtable meeting, as we are all equal. Everyone has a microphone, and you're all encouraged to share whatever you'd like to share regarding the knowledge, the technology, questions, so on, comments, disagreements, lack of understanding, and the rest. And hopefully we can help you to understand more. And what it seems like is there's going to be a radical change in the teachings, Mr. Keshe said, so be ready for it. I don't know exactly what that is, but he seemed to emphasize that you becoming your own teacher in the coming time, even though there is more to teach, there's more to share, there's more understanding we need. But really, the onus becomes on you. And apparently, you have all the capabilities, all the different energies, entities within you, between the soul of the man, the soul of physicality, and the physicality to put this ship together. He's often said you're the captain of your own ship. And often stressing, as we saw in Ed's video at the beginning of this workshop, or maybe in another one, about these intermediaries, that we didn't need intermediaries. We'll hear Mr. Keshe tell us about his travels through the universe, where he found no churches, no temples, no mosques, and certainly no prophets, other than perhaps himself as a universal teacher. So he's trying to help us to understand that we're the last man standing. And in every situation that arises, you become the last man standing. And we're gaining confidence. We're understanding a little bit more. We had another very interesting session today, wellness through the work of the soul, where you become your own sort of repairman, balancer, processor, and so on. And even to the point we'll be able to transfer this to others, transfer knowledge, transfer wellness, even to embedding our souls and other souls to take them with us as a sort of a taxi. I know Peng Peter asked a question about are there taxis in the universe? Mr. Keshe said we refer to them, you call them UFOs. And that's another part of the technology that's going to be shared. We'll hear, as usual, a number of selected clips here, but it seems like the rapid matter state transportation will start on this planet, and then we will intermingle or intersperse the transmutation process as people become so wowed with the physical travel. I think they may want to move a step further. We had a beautiful session earlier. I don't know if anyone wants to share anything about that. I know, you had some issues with everyone talking at the same time, and that can sound, and it did sound beautiful, but at the same time, you couldn't really discern what anyone in particular was saying. I thought it was interesting. The mics were open, but none of them were moving. And as Ed said, perhaps Zoom wasn't picking up or isolating one mic. And so, but we did hear the sound of everyone. Go ahead, tell us your experience.
If my task had been just to listen, that would have been one thing, but to report on my experience, that I couldn't think a clear thought. My thoughts were all jumbled. I could not put them together because of all the talking.
Yeah, this was the second time I believe this happened in these.
I must have slept through the first one.
Yeah,
fortunately.
That's possible. I know I've gone to sleep in these meetings as well, and it seems like I was in the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, almost like that emotion of completeness. It was,
if I had been instructed to just listen, that would have been one thing, but this way it was really a bad experience.
Well, I don't think your soul was confused about the whole matter. And it probably communicated certain things that you wanted to communicate, even though we didn't verbalize anything. And that's what's going to happen at the ambassadors meeting and other meetings. And maybe this is the way the technology, in a way, part of it will be transferred. As Mr. Keshe says, he teaches through the soul. And for those who hear the voice of him here or in the universe, even though we're hearing matter state words, a lot of times there's imparting of knowledge or elevation or enlightenment through the soul. And as Mr. Keshe does that, I think the knowledge seekers and others will be able to share in the same manner. So yeah, it was beautiful, but yet again, you couldn't clearly, distinctly understand what anyone reminded me of this spoken about Tower of Babel in a way. But I've noticed a couple things have changed. I know on Friday, I've had this pain in my bicep for a couple of years. It's not an every hour or every minute pain. But if I was to throw something, or as I said, sometimes we roll up a piece of paper and we try to throw it from a distance into a basket, just like basketball. But I've always had a little ting in my arm. And I think it was from trying, after a long winter, I tried to start a weed whacker. I think it was 2 years ago, and it wouldn't start, and I kept pulling it and pulling it. So I think I somehow pulled a muscle or stretched something, or but but this time on Friday, it seemed like the pain, I tested it, and it seemed like the pain was 90% dissipated. There was still a feeling of it, but it wasn't as sharp. And again, it wasn't anything heavy that I was tossing. But that was one of the things. Another thing was, I think, a hernia that I have retracted a bit. And this is what it seems to me. And so there's many other things. I know Mr. Keshe said to put things together. There'll be another meeting next Sunday. I don't know if you heard that, that we are joining again in this wellness through the work of the soul session. And there'll be another one where you can write down or convey to the Keshe Foundation some of your experiences in these sessions. And there was another little thing that happened where we had a chance to pick a person who was in the session. We had a time of contemplation about these sessions. That was another moment of silence, let's say, for 10 minutes. But then we had a chance to pick someone who we could wish would receive what they came in for. Carolyn in the chat said, I loved it. It produced a beautiful sound. We have next week to hear the individual feedback, and I'm trying to recall where he said we would send this. Okay, it's info@keshe.foundation. Now, certain people may not want to share publicly their experiences, which is fine. But he asked us to have something ready to discuss or to email it to info@keshe.foundation for anyone who was in these sessions who'd like to share your experience or what you've noticed happening to you and what you've experienced. Carolyn, would you like to share anything with the rest of us? I notice you've been quite present in, I think, every one of the 4 sessions, and next Sunday will be a 5th session. Is there anything anyone, Carolyn or any of the others, would like to share if you were in the sessions? I thought I saw Alex there and a number of people. Ed, I think you were in there as well. And again, this is what I've always believed in, even though I haven't achieved it, that we could do much more with ourselves than we thought we were capable of. That we always, everyone said, well, how do you feel? I don't feel good. Well, you better go to the doctor. You're hungry? You better make something to eat, or I'll prepare something for you. We're learning to feed ourselves as well. And of course, now we're learning to travel. And then, of course, the dimension of energy. As Mr. Keshe said, you may be able to plug or even transfer energy to your own lighting system, but that's probably going to come in the future. But there are so many things, again, that we're just sort of starting to scratch the surface, or starting to tap into some of the beauties and grace of our own creation. And as Mr. Keshe often says, I made the man in the image of myself. And this is very hard for most of us to believe, because it's been ingrained in us, in a way, the opposite, or even for some of the religious leaders, because if they agree that you're made in the image of the Creator, they would have to close shop. And that's not very profitable for them. So we have a lot of disagreement. And of course, we've always heard the argument, well, does God have 2 arms and 2 legs and a head? No, he's made you out of the energies and the essence of his own soul. So this is the way we're made in the image of the Creator. The Creator probably doesn't look like us. Are we a body with a soul, or are we a soul that has manifested at this point a physicality? And I think it's the latter. And it's the same for all of us. And as we travel through the universe, wherever you go, if you decide to take on a physicality, and you can manifest. But again, it may not be in the shape of what you are now. And this is part of the process of getting used to this transmutation. Maybe not always on the planet, but I'm talking about going into other places with different gravity and different inertia, where you have to, in a way, accept the 4 heads and the 20 legs. And he's going to allow you to experience that before you even go there. And then in another instance, he said, would you need to manifest the physicality if you're there in the presence of the energy? So we have a lot to learn and a lot to share. And this is part of the work of the Creator in unifying the creation into one soul. And that doesn't mean we won't have our individuality. We still will, but we'll be working in unison with the Creator, and also with the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man, in same conjunction with all the other beings that we may encounter in our travels or in our manifestations. So I think this is the work of the creation. I know he talked about remodeling, and we heard that in the New Tomorrow video so many times, where all the created things will have this ability to transit between the 2 dimensions. And of course, there's even more dimensions than 2. But right now, we're just familiar with the matter state. We're learning about the energy state. So would anyone like to make any comments or share anything about these sessions? There's still one left. I don't know if you can sign up for it. It was already for those who've already participated in some of these sessions. And again, it's not so much about us, but it's helping to develop a system that can reach tens of thousands of people simultaneously for a multiplicity of conditions, whether it be for your emotions, reaching someone else perhaps, for your physicality, and the rest. So there's a lot being learned. Even the idea of cataracts, as he said, we could melt kidney stones from thousands of miles away. I'm sure the cataracts and the vision will also be enhanced through this process. And the doctors are learning. They're the ones, we're just technology providers, or shall I say the foundation is. The systems that I have made, even though they're quite simple, they're nowhere near as effective as what we're seeing come out of the foundation. So we're in for a very beautiful time. And if you'd like to share anything about your experiences, feel free, or we will go to our first clip. And again, the workshop that was delivered was only about maybe 40 minutes. So we'd encourage all of you to spend that 40 minutes listening, reviewing the workshop. Again, as Mr. Keshe said, the teachings are becoming shorter, but more intense. And also the Q&A, which will play a question today from Azar and some couple other things, but it's pretty plainly spoken by Mr. Keshe, even though we don't really get all of it, and some of the words I've missed, and and so on. But the main idea is you are the last man standing. And as he said, we'll put you in a unit, we'll expand your soul, but then it's up to you to complete the transmutation, although he'll be there, almost like in driving school where you have control of the wheel, but the expert is sitting in the passenger seat just in case you get lost or perhaps need to double clutch or the transmission, you're in the wrong gear. So there's a lot of fun that's about to happen. And that's, I think, Mr. Keshe is full of fun, and he feels so at peace these days, even though he said he's been living and traveling like a gypsy for many, many years. This is the most beautiful time in his experience on this cycle, even though he's been walking on the planet for thousands of years, in this particular cycle, that he's felt that peace and calmness. And as he said, his dream has come true with the largest or one of the most powerful governments now backing the technology on this planet. So we do want to thank China. That was one of the things I worked on today, was to elevate the soul of the nation of China, that they successfully worked through the delivery and manufacturing of this technology and sharing with not only the BRICS, but the Americans and the rest of it. I know they've been calling for collaboration for 25 years on this BRICS program. And hopefully now with what we'll see in London, with British Nuclear taking part, NASA also taking part, Washington observing what the Chinese have seen with these 20 elements, and Mr. Keshe mentioned a couple more were added, and there's probably many other things in the background that has been done already. So anyone else would like to share anything? Otherwise, we will go right into the workshop. Today, it might be a little bit shorter. I don't really see a full need to go 5 or 6 hours on these meetings, but depending on the interaction and so on, let's take it from there. Anyone would like to come in? Feel free to open your mic at any time, ask a question, make a comment, explain something you'd like to understand the way you understand it. That's no problem at all. As he said, whoever went into the systems and links, whatever they told us, we believe them. So it's not up to us to judge other souls or to tell other souls how to move, behave, understand this knowledge. You become the last man standing. I think when you get out in the universe, you're not going to be able to call home and ask mom and dad, what should I do at this point? Or your favorite brother, sister, uncle, how should I handle this? And again, things will arrive just in time, just at the right time. So you becoming the last man standing, not falling for any prophets or any intermediaries here or across the universe. But we'll hear more about that in this beautiful workshop that, again, has been delivered for all of us. And I think there's a lot of work, even though we're hearing the words, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes at the soul level, which we may not fully comprehend or understand at this point, but this is the way Mr. Keshe teaches, not only here, but across the universe. Normally, we do start with the World Peace Treaty, because this is, in a way, the foundation of most of the work. Again, it's not the end all. It's not just bringing peace to the planet, but it's getting humanity, as Mr. Keshe has done over millions of years with many civilizations across the universe, out into the universal community. One of the, I don't know if I should call it from the Star Trek series, the final frontier. But again, there's even more dimensions than we're experiencing now, but we're not ready to quite understand all of it yet. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's a very simple document. Anyone can read it, and we'd love to hear a voice other than mine. World Peace Treaty. This peace treaty you can find at the Keshe Foundation. I think it's under, is it under education? I'm not sure exactly where, but it's under one of these where you can actually print this out, sign it. We're not collecting them. It's between you and your soul. You don't even have to sign it. As Mr. Keshe said, there is no pen in the soul of the man, but it's an agreement between you and your soul. And if you don't know where your soul is, we can point it out to you in a matter of seconds. The soul of the man, the soul of physicality, and of course, we're all aware of the physicality, but we're trying to get the lion and the lamb to eat and sleep in the same nest, that the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man become in sort of this balance. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or a body or bodies and souls. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know, the Creator shows his image in trillions of faces across the universe, whether it's plants, animals, other beings we've never met. So we need to become peaceful within ourselves, peaceful with the other beings on this planet, and then of course peaceful with the universal community. And we don't know some of the shapes and sizes and colors and what sort of manifestations that we've never seen before, but they all need to be respected and looked at as the Creator. This is the way I see it. I'm not telling you how to see it, but this will come to you over time, that the Creator shows himself in trillions of different faces across the universe. And I know the government, at least here, is starting to open up this idea of other entities in the universe and so on and so forth. But again, they're all from the same Creator as we are. We just haven't fully understood, for the most part, the Creator and the process of creation. So this may be getting ready for some opening up of the relationship. It seems to be dovetailing quite nicely with what the Keshe Foundation is sharing with the Chinese government in the colonization of the moon, and then rapidly jumping to Mars. I don't mean in the next week or two, but as Mr. Keshe said, it can happen next year, depending on how quickly the governments, if they wait till 2030, well, I guess we'll have the champagne ready for them when they arrive on the moon. Anyone like to make any comments or share anything? I think we'll just start from the beginning, where he sort of emphasizes the importance of you being that last man standing. And of course, some of the what's happening here with this beautiful ambassadors conference, it's been changed once already. It could be changed again. But the foundation has been invited, as Mr. Keshe will explain, to present some health workshop in Macau. So this will be moved to the, as it says, Sunday the 12th, Saturday the 11th. And there'll probably be, again, more advanced technology shown at this meeting. You'll be rubbing elbows, shoulders with ambassadors. I believe Mr. Keshe indicated that President Xi will be invited, and we thank him for his presence in advance. But I'm sure they'll, if not President Xi, a very high-ranking people within the structure of the Chinese government. So first I said that China had picked the Keshe Foundation. In this workshop, Mr. Keshe says we have picked China, but it's open to all the governments to get in contact with the foundation and ask to be a part of this and what role you can play. Even the knowledge seekers, we're all playing a small part in this very great carpet. We're carrying a little edge of it, a little corner, as sometimes you see flags unfurled in a stadium, and many people around the perimeter of the flag, and they're all holding that small corner. So as individuals or as nations, we're all encouraged to participate and to become, because we have to reach 8 billion souls, 8 billion individuals. And as far as the knowledge seekers doing it one by one, that's probably an impossibility and it'd take way too long. Mr. Keshe is speeding up the process and, of course, getting the governments heavily involved, and as they become just wowed by what they're seeing, and I think they already have, and I know that the world leaders, as Mr. Keshe said, talk about the Keshe Foundation every day amongst themselves, but they rarely or not at all mention it to the nationals. But this is about to change as we see China picking up this mantle of peace, and this is what all the technology is about, a peaceful resolution to the conditions on this planet. So the Plasma Space Technology in Exchange for Peace Conference Saturday, November 11th, Sunday the 12th, 2023, we're calling it an ambassadors meeting. Of course, this is not the first ambassadors meeting. There's been a number of them held along the years. I was thinking, you know, Mr. Keshe said that this has been a dream of his for 40 years, and it's been achieved. So imagine fishing, trying to catch a fish for 40 years in a way. How patient and how persistent. That the, as he said, the one of the leading governments has taken a bite out of this apple, and we're moving forward with agreements and with exchange of technology for peace. So this will be the ambassadors meeting, Saturday the 11th of November, and it's located in London. After several years, Keshe Foundation is proud to announce the next conference in the series of ambassadorial conferences by the invitation of Keshe Foundation to world ambassadors to be given the new space plasma technology as a gift to humanity in exchange for peace. The knowledge seekers who attend the conference on Saturday the 11th of November and Sunday the 12th of November will then attend the meeting with ambassadors from all nations on Saturday the 11th of November at 1900 London time, and will be given the opportunity to address questions directly to the ambassadors, to put the proposition to their ambassadors for the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation in exchange for their nation for peace. And maybe there will be some questions brought forward, but Mr. Keshe said that you can just stand next to the ambassador or next to a president or next to an official and transfer that knowledge directly across on the soul level without saying a word. The space becomes the premises of the area where there should be no wars. In this ambassador meeting, as in the previous one, where the MAGRAV systems were offered to each nation, a new space plasma technology development for energy in space will be offered to the ambassadors to be taken back to their nations. We expect a number of ambassadors from the world's leading nations to attend, and many representatives of the British government will be invited to attend this meeting. The number of seats allocated to the knowledge seekers will be limited. The entry ticket for the event is €1,500 plus value-added tax for 2 days of conference, and be given the chance to be present in the meeting with the ambassadors. Group of 10 people or more can attend for €1,400 plus value-added tax per person. Booking will close very early as we expect a large number of people who would like to attend this conference and the meeting with world ambassadors in London. So you can book your reservation on the store. I know Mr. Keshe will be reaching out and teaching a number of people, I think 25 in that area, 20 or 25, or maybe a couple more. They will also be at the meeting. And then there'll be 200, I think, the week before this Saturday, the 11th, where 200 will also participate in a week-long sessions, probably 9 to 5, 10 to 6, with the Keshe Foundation, with Mr. Keshe leading these sessions. So you're all welcome, again, to be part of this and to show your support for peace and the technology, which is a very peaceful technology. As we know, this technology is not designed to harm or destroy anything. It's all about the elevation of the soul, not taking away from anyone, but through the elevation, the conduct becomes correct. So you're all invited to attend. And if not there physically, you can always be there on the soul level. As he said, if you learn the transmutation, which we should have by now, you can be there in the energy dimension and perhaps even manifest yourself. So let's go to the workshop and hear again from near the beginning. We have about 3 clips. A couple of them are a little longer. We'll stop this one when he gets to the part about you being the last man standing, which is a very important thing. We're always looking outside ourselves for the help and support we need. But I think we're carrying everything we need with us. It's just a matter of tapping into it, accessing it, understanding it a little bit more. So we go inside rather than so much looking from the outside.
Yes, thank you very much. Good day, as usual. Good morning, good day to you. And whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers or the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, we welcome you back. And as usual, we hope we share knowledge and we learn from each other some more knowledge of creation and what we are up to as humans. As usual, we make you a couple of announcements that we keep ourselves up to date. The Keshe Foundation Conference, or what we call the meeting of the August 28th, which will take place in Manchester, is what is upcoming to us. And then we follow the meeting of the change of the date from October to November, 6th to 10th of November in London, and then 11 and 12, the ambassadorial meeting and the weekend conference in London. We expect diplomats of a high caliber and from major nations to join, and invitations have already gone to a number of countries, and be sure that they will attend. The purpose of the London meeting is the introduction of new technology in the space and bringing forward the next step in the space development. As usual, we keep our work to what it is and what's going on. And as we announced, the Keshe Foundation Wellness, what we call centers, has already gone into operation as of last week. And we'll see where we take it and where it's going to go. And it's not in the hand of the Keshe Foundation now, it's in the hand of the doctors. And they will take it a step further. Hopefully soon we open operation in other countries the same. Many of you asked questions and raised questions about the Keshe Foundation and our position with China that we needed to be clarified. Keshe Foundation has become a joint collaboration organization for a spread of the technology with the Chinese, what we call nation and the government. We have become, and very soon, the titles of the Keshe Foundation companies will switch over to the, and in the hand of the Chinese government authorities in a way of the partnership. In a way, Keshe Foundation will become China Keshe Organization Corporation. This allows us to spread the knowledge very fast, very rapid. The strength which comes with the power of the Chinese government, financially, the strength politically to spread the knowledge and technology is beyond the imagination of many, many nations. We've been lucky thanks to most of your work, from all of you in the Chinese group. Keshe Foundation has officially is becoming what we call a Chinese collaboration organization. We are a provider of technology. The rest of it will come with the support of different aspects, sections of the Chinese government and different organizations. We have been around, we tried to bring the technology to open, and in the next 10 years, we have a commitment from us with the Chinese to spread the knowledge as fast as possible. And this will take shape in a different way. At the beginning, it will be slow, but as it builds up in the next 2, 3, or 4, or 5 years, you will see massive changes in the Keshe Foundation operation and organization and the spread of the technology. Does not matter if it carries the Keshe Foundation name or not, but if the knowledge creates peace, brings prosperity, and change in the life of the humanity, that's what we came here for. And we are not there to change. We are not there to change in a way next time, next change. And this is what it is. We stay the same. We stay the human race. We stay peaceful people. We will not change by the name of the religion, creed, and whatever. We become one race. And it opens up the door for us. In our collaboration with the Chinese government, we foresee colonization of the space in the next 2 to 5 years. All my effort goes to back step by step. You have to understand just becoming part of a partnership or connection and establishing a line with the Chinese does not make it easy. It's harder than when we're operating on our own. The reason for it is we have to prove every step of the technology to scientists of Chinese government. We have to step by step go forward, expand, explain, show, demonstrate the correctness of the technology, and then find a way for the Chinese to commercialize it or whatever it is. We are extremely highly involved in what we call space and defense technology in the space. We don't create the defense technology for us, for Americans or the Chinese. We created defense technology in space. Man can protect itself, defend its soul, defend the interaction of the fields of the universe with the soul. If you listen to the 2 intros, it was very, very interesting. The first intro was totally about the physical life, what we do, what we've done, mammograms, cancers, and everything else. And the intro number 2 was about the soul of the man. And both are covered within the teaching and education of the Keshe Foundation. Depends on the man if he wants to go with soul of physicality or man wants to go physically. And this is where we bring the change, where we diversify. We'll see many parallel technologies and sciences will become because the enlightenment comes through the soul of the man and not through the knowledge, internet, and the rest. Some people receive the knowledge as a Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. Some others receive the knowledge, as I said, through the soul. They don't need to be from this planet. They are from other dimensions, but the message has become known how and the way to do. In the coming weeks and months, we will see a radical change even in our teachings, in our presentation of teachings. And what is beautiful with this, we can still teach where a lot of other organizations have hit the firewall of Chinese teaching, Chinese system. We teach from China. We teach deep inside China. We teach with the Chinese. We work with the Chinese, and Chinese allow the teaching of the Keshe Foundation to spread from China. Very soon, you will see different kind of teachings. Very soon, part of the Keshe Foundation knowledge will become part of the public knowledge. And this is thanks to many of you, which has brought us to here. But what's next for us as knowledge seekers? What is the next to learn, to be there, to, in a way, be ready for the change? We have decided to travel with the soul of the man. We have decided to travel on an energy level than the physical matter level. There are a number of questions which I've raised this before for knowledge seekers, and it's nice for you to understand what it means, what it entails, and what is to come, what it will bring to us. On Earth, many of us have witnessed the sound barrier. When the speed reaches the point that the molecule, the structures compresses, and we see what we call the sound barrier. As Einstein has put in our head the speed of light to be the ultimate, which is 100% wrong, what is going to be the light barrier for the man? Is there such a thing as a light barrier? Or is it in a way going from one strength to another will mean?
And it wasn't the sun barrier as the transcript has given us, it was the sound barrier. And you can see a lot of these videos on YouTube where a jet breaks the sound barrier, just meaning that the speed of the matter state has exceeded, and depending on where you are in the atmosphere, upper or lower, there are different speeds, and you get this crackling sound because it's created sort of a cone in a way, and then that vacuum is tried to rush to be filled in. But it's the sound barrier that he was talking about. Okay, let's see if we can continue this and go back to the...
It's a barrier, because light is in every dimension of the field strength. What would be the effect of it on the soul of the man? Well, there will be this transition for man to learn to go to a higher order or to go to a lower order. When we get enlightened, we go through understanding of a higher order. Does that enlightenment means going through the light barrier? Going through a higher order to see more? Or do we come to the point that in transition, we find new dimensions? How do we handle it? How does man goes from one strength to another? In a physical life, when you get enlightened, you feel it physically because your emotion changes, your understanding changes. And then you say, I understood. What happened to us when we go from one field of strength to a higher? By chance, by elevation, by receiving more in the process of giving, we connect to a higher order. Do we go through that light barrier? Or do we go through a soul barrier? That the soul needs to be enlightened. And does this need to be without the dimension of physicality? Or does it happen when we are in a physical dimension? Then it comes the fact that do we need to die? Do we need to change the physical dimension of life to receive the enlightenment, to receive the knowledge? And does it matter us as a physical body of the man feel the change? Do we go through the soul barrier and we feel it and we come out of the other side with more knowledge of the creation? Or do we, as we become traveler of the space, travel like everybody else in one dimension of the soul level? Then it comes for mankind to understand in the space, as you have physical dimension changes, you have soul dimension changes, where those who are enlighten those who are less enlightened. And then what happened to those who reach the ultimate enlightenment? In a way, they become part of the creation and the creator. In the coming time, in the teachings, we start to explain this, especially in the upcoming sessions in Manchester, and London, and Beijing, for those who attend the enlightenment. The ultimate goal to reach the point where the dimension of physicality does not need jet planes. as a few of those who participate in Manchester sessions wrote, do we fly in with a plane, or the foundation will transport us or transmute us with our soul? Have you enlightened yourself to do that yourself? Unfortunately, in the world of creation, there are no travel agencies that you can buy a ticket of soul. It's you who has to achieve, has to reach the dimension that you buy the ticket for yourself to the next level. When the man loses the fear of what we call death and end, the biggest barrier for most of the knowledge seekers and most of humanity has been the fear of separation of the soul of the man from the emission of physicality of the man. For the man up to now considered the soul to be somewhere. Now it comes to the point for most of your knowledge seekers to ask yourself one question. Would you attend the conference in Manchester, in London, or in Beijing, and appear in the dimension of the physicality through your soul? Or, as usual, like the rest of us humans, you buy a ticket, wait in the airport, and appear with the suitcase on the other end. Now it comes to the point that in upcoming teachings, in upcoming conferences and sessions in Manchester, in London, and in Beijing, we start training you to start understanding the process of the change, transmutation. Because it cannot be done in an aircraft. It cannot be taught in a way that one does not understand, does not feel, does not see the expansion of the soul of the man. And in the upcoming sessions, we try to bring the dimension of the soul of those who participate to understand another way of living. We are not a religious organization. We are a scientific organization. And scientifically, we show you the way scientifically you go to NASA and you become part of an astronaut and you go through all these years of training, and maybe 1 out of 20 will be qualified to fly. Without teaching, everyone has to qualify to be able to travel in the dimension of the soul of the man, to be able to travel without wings, to be able to travel without going to the airports. Unfortunately, there is no landing strips on moon. Americans haven't gone there yet to do it for us. And there is no landing strip on the Mars and the rest of it. You come in and you literally land in. Would you like the legs down or would you like to land on your head? So you understand, goes back to the same position. As I always said, you're the last man standing for your soul. Nobody else does. Everybody else is busy with their own soul. And now you have to learn, you have no choice in a way as it becomes more fashionable and more people go to Mars and Moon and come back and tell you everything else. And you say, is it really? Because you have not reached the process to understanding of the elevation of your own soul. The connection, the loss of the fear of the physicality not to be there until you get there and it's actually there and you enjoy the presence of your own physicality, even though you might have 20 legs and forehead, because you have to directionally find which way you're going to land and how you're going to hold these foreheads together. You need 20 arms and so many legs. Or would it be in the dimension of plasma and you'll never physically manifest yourself? In the upcoming sessions, especially in Manchester and then in London, when you come and when you go through the sessions, through to the what we call meeting with the ambassadors, many of you will enlighten the world leaders, the ambassadors, not even talking a word with them. You become masters in understanding. We just guide you. We just show you the way. It's you who has to reach that point, not us. Nobody will come to pass exams or achieve something. Everybody comes in to find themselves. in a dimension of the soul, in the dimension of the field strength of their own transmutation and transportation. In a way, those of you who attend the Manchester session, and those of you then with others join the London session, and those of you then gather together in Beijing sometime in December, hopefully, then you should be able to be the travelers of the universe through your own soul. We have not built you any airports, even though Beijing has just opened up their own beautiful South Beijing airport, because we have no helicopter pads on the roof that you can go from there to take off. You take off within your own clothes. You depart with your own strength. You understand the expansion of the soul of the man. And then you'll find out by your enlightenment how many more will be enlightened. And the doors, what are called, to bring the change gradually opens up. But, as I said, there is 8 billion.
So in your enlightenment, this will give additional energy to the others to become enlightened as well. The same way as you post the World Peace Treaty and they've seen that you've signed it, you've wished for peace, they never thought it was possible, and now through that method, that energy is in a way given to them, or in a way you enlighten them that this is possible. And so it's the same with the expansion of the soul of the man, I think. Let's continue. Any thoughts or questions, please feel free to stop it at any time. But it was pretty clear. It's not so much about neutrons and protons and putting twists and spins on them and, you know, the rest of it, even though we'll learn deeper that understanding, I'm sure. And this is, again, there's the first video was for the matter state. The second one was for the soul of the man. And obviously the soul of the man understands it completely because it created your structure you're in. And I heard just yesterday about someone getting in an accident and then waking up, the seatbelt, total wreck, and seatbelt was still attached. Physicality was inside the seatbelt, but yet no harm done. As we know, the soul can retract that physicality and put it back together in a fraction of a nanosecond. But we haven't understood. We just say it's a miracle. But it's actually, this is where science meets the soul of the man. We continue. Whoops, didn't start. Okay, let's start it up. Oh, I think this is where Mr. Keshe may have dropped out.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Okay.
We lost your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
We are in a position that we might lose us a few times, but it's okay. Apparently all our, what we call VPNs and everything is in a big mess and costs 24 hours. We don't know. We know the reason, but it'll be sorted. It's not our problem. It's an international problem. In a way, in a coming time, in a way, in the next few months, as we push to the dimension of the both travel with the soul and travel with the dimension of physicality, we will help the nations to achieve what most of them want to see, physical transportation. And then when we achieve this rapid physical transportation, we add the transmutation next to it. That it means you can go, but there is a home there. We have already colonized the moon. You don't need to wait and go in 4 days or 4 hours. You are there and you still see some more humans. Could be cousins or could be somebody from another part of this planet. As I said to our Chinese counterparts, colonization of the space is the responsibility of the Chinese nation, because it'll become a place of peace. It becomes where most of people will try to achieve balance in both the physicality and emotion. The collaboration of the physicality The soul of physicality and the soul of the man is the responsibility of individuals and not governments. You cannot elevate the soul of the man by borrowing money from the government, and you cannot elevate the physicality of the man by feeding it whatever the government gives you. It becomes your responsibility. And in the process of next few weeks and months, we go in that direction. As I said, we'll talk a lot, we'll teach you a lot. And gradually, as there are no universities and there are no education centers to show you the elevation of your soul, you become your own teachers. There is no messengers. You receive the message by enlightenment of your soul, and then you test it through the dimension of physicality, through the dimension of your own interaction of the fields. In the sessions, upcoming sessions, we'll teach you how to expand the soul. We teach you how to feel the expansion. And we teach you how you are in control of everything in every dimension. And then, if your thoughts from what we call Manchester Conference to the London Conference expansive dimension, you'll be able to enlighten the politicians, the diplomats, and those who attend the London Conference on the 11th and the 12th. You got to remember, we are inviting many, many nations, and we are inviting world leaders this time. As you know, as I said, we had to change the conference from October to November due to what were called the conference in Mecca, as the presentation of the health of the new science and technologies. Hundreds of world scientists and health people will attend, will be inaugurated by His Excellency the President Xi of China. And Keshe Foundation is on the panelists of this conference. And for that reason, you will see we can enlighten the world leaders even during that time. Many, many eminent scientists will turn up in this conference, and we are a panelist guest of the conference. Through that conference, we enlighten the world leaders, we enlighten what we call the scientists of the world to understand about the creation of the man and how the knowledge will come to sit, will come to change, will bring that change to all of us. We are sitting here at the verge of the change for humanity. And many of us are lucky enough that we are not waiting for that Mahdi. We are not waiting for that messenger. We are not waiting to change something to become. We are looking inwards to bring that change ourselves to ourselves without the change. I was talking to one of our knowledge seekers very recently. I was in talk with Iranian officials religiously. And I said to them, the discussion came about politics and religion. And I said to these religious people and politicians and whatever, I said, I'm Iranian and then believe in Islam. Your problem is you become first Muslim and then Iranians. And that's where you have to change, and I don't have to. I stay loyal to my roots because we are still believing in Muhammad, waiting for Mahdi. And when he comes, what are you going to call yourself? You're not a Muslim anymore. So you have to change again. But if you stay true to your nation, no religion can change you because you still believe in the principle of the truth. And this is how you stand. If we go from this planet, we create the truth, the ethos of this planet, the ethos of nature. We don't do wrong. We don't talk wrong. And even our actions, our talk, thinking, everything is one to elevate the others. We don't need to change just because a new religion comes, or we are waiting for that change to come. And what would be the name of all these Muslims when they come? Do they become Muslim Muhammad? Or do they become Muslim Mahdi? Or We forget about it. And what is all this war and conflict in the name of religions? Well, they're all waiting for that Mahdi. What are they going to call themselves? Christian Mahdis and Buddhist Mahdis and Jewish Mahdis, and then we all believe in the totality of the change. You can see man, when he carries the truth within himself, does not need no Mahdi, but he is the Mahdi of himself. He is the savior of elevation of his own soul. He understands where he wants to be. And this is the criterion of what are called to become the passengers of the universe. You cannot become passenger of the universe when you're always relying on the pilot. You're always relying on somebody to give you, somebody to guide you. Where you guide yourself, where you learn to tap into the universal knowledge, then there is no change of religion. You're always from planet Earth. Does not matter where you land. Nobody can prophesize, and nobody tells you what is right and what is wrong, because there is no intermediary between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man and the man himself. If you think of it, we always talked about emotion. Physicality is part of Mitra when he says, you don't do nothing wrong. Do good in the dimension of it. Do good means the physical life. Think good, which comes from the soul. And then you understand the three ethos of Mitra is the ethos of the soul, soul of physicality and nothing else. It's the religion of the universe. It's the religion of the creator. And nobody can come between you and the creator. Now, I'm still waiting for the Iranian politicians who are Muslims and the diplomats to answer me which one they are. Are they Muslim Iranians, or are we Iranians who accept Islam, and then when the next comes, we believe in the path, we see what it is. We don't change religion. We stay true to ourselves. And it's the same for all of you. As you become passenger of the universe, you stay human base, human race, and with it, you live through ethos of Mitra. There is no religion, but the principle of living in the universe. One is for your soul, one is for your soul of physicality, and one is for your physicality at the point of manifestation. So we have to come to understand how what we choose, in the things we choose, we become to believe in, to live in, because of the power of our soul and nothing else. This is the beauty why you understand we chose China, because there is no religion-based fanaticism here to create war. Chinese don't fight and create war to expand Buddhism or Taoism. They don't have what is in Vatican to have more followers, as they contain in what they have and they stay in what they keep. The nation is balanced. So with new understanding and new knowledge, we bring that elevation to. And that elevation sits with all of you, with all the knowledge seekers. It's not how you make things, it's how you make things out of what you have through your soul.
Okay, so that was quite a long rendering by Mr. Keshe, but as you can see, it's all up to you rather than me telling you how you do it. Now, maybe we do that with the Ganses and the nano coding and the other things, but when it comes on to this, your Magrav is already set. It's up to you to find it, unravel it, and start to experience it. No one else, there's no formulas, nothing like, even though there is more to teach and more to share, it's up to us. I think the onus becomes up to us, and you all have it within you. We all have it within us. It's just to find that key to start opening it up. And then once it's opened up, you become the free bird of this planet and the universe. No borders, no jails, nothing can basically confine you when you can move or transmute instantaneously. So this is what I think he's been getting with this last man standing. You take care of yourself, you feed yourself, you transmute yourself, and the rest of it. And there's no profits, there's no intermediaries to look for. Yes, I think we can ask advice and share knowledge. That's what it's all part of. There's no problem about that. But really, again, there's up to you to find it. And I don't know exactly what's going on inside you, so it would be quite hard for me to, I think, to do that, or anyone else. Or they may, and then you'll ask, well, what do I do next? And then what do I do next? And how do I do this? And then you're still having an intermediary. He wants you to be quite independent of everything and everyone in a way, but yet at the same time share and collaborate. I thought we'd take one more question here, or part of the Q&A session, which again, there's much to be understood and to listen to. But I think we'll go to Azar's point here. And that's about 126, I think. And Mr. Keshe again gives another beautiful overview. He's such a master at delivering. And of course, delivering for millions of years and walking on this planet for thousands of years, you do become quite a master in your words. And maybe, again, he's tapping into some sort of other energies in a way to bring these workshops. I remember him saying, someone asked him, how come you're listening to the workshop? You just delivered it yourself. He says, because I want to find out what I said. So he may go into a different, in a way, dimension, even though he's delivering it in the physicality. But that's what it sounded like to me when he says, I have to listen to it because I don't know what I said, to find out what I said. So again, a lot going on. But let's go to this question from Azar. And again, as he said, he's been speaking with politicians and so on, and they want him to go back to Iran. That was the plan, to go back. But he said, I can't go, and only half of me can be there, because he said with this condition. And but let's let Mr. Keshe explain this. Feel free to raise your hand, or you don't have to raise your hand. Just ask to stop the video. Open your mic. Nobody's wrong, as we're learning. No one's 100% right, but you're right for yourself, as the way I understand it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Keshe. My question is with the Manchester meeting, many people registered for this, if I'm not mistaken, was $10,000 for this.
It's a 10,000 euro.
Euro. And then when people pay that, automatically they enroll in the 2 days conference in London after the second week in London?
Yes, that's included in that part here, because it's part of the same thing.
So if
And
somebody
plus the 200 group session the week just
so
prior.
if somebody paid 2,000, they just have to pay $8,000 more to be in all of it.
Yeah, Manchester.
Okay.
The most beautiful part will be in London. London will be a pivotal point. It's in our plan to invite His Excellency President Xi of China to join us in London.
Okay.
Or representative of Chinese government, as we attend the sessions and collaborate deeply with the Chinese. We expect to see the Chinese support for the peace work of the Keshe Foundation equally mutually. And we've been told there'll be something will be done. And it's the same with the Iranian government. We'll show the strength of peace through knowledge in London. And that's where what we call colonization of the universe starts, where English colonized the rest of the world for centuries. But this time we don't go to bring a slave. We are going there to be a slave, to bring peace to the rest and knowledge. It's a
Mr. Keshe,
ritual abandoned.
Mr.
Yes.
Keshe, I'm a little bit puzzled because you see,
You're always puzzled. I've got used to you being puzzled.
So now maybe you get me out of this dilemma. You see, we came to this planet and God created us in his image, but then when we started, we totally didn't know who we are. Then he decided to send the prophet Moses and then Jesus and then Muhammad and the rest. And then instead of learning who we are, we made more statues, added more to this by making temples, churches, mosques, and make a huge mess out of ourselves. We got ourselves more deeper in the ground. So now with all these governments around the world with so long, for centuries, we have people who were ruling us, not knowing who we are. And then we call them superpower, USA, now China, Russia, and then once in a while they come, they bring the tanks, the bullets, the missiles, and show off what they have, soldiers. And then if you look at it, when you go to Iran, you have to deal with VPN, there is no internet access, you have to do this, that. What makes you so sure collaborating with Chinese government, you're there right now, that we have to use VPN to have access to this and that? Accessing the knowledge to them, they're not going to make more rules and regulations for us to have more control over the world, and now one superpower over against another one. Because you see, when I think about it,
I was with one of the high-ranking Iranian diplomats very recent, and she said something very interesting to me. She said, "Why don't you go back to Iran? We have set up everything for you to go back. Even the universities that public don't know is structured around your technology and knowledge. Why don't you go back?" I said, as long as the women are not free in Iran, we have no freedom. She looked at me with eyes to the floor, even though she was dressed in Islamic clothes. I said, "You're a high-ranking diplomat, very high-ranking diplomat. How can I go back to where there is freedom for only half of me?" But as I said, we don't trust nations that they will do. We have set the seed of changing the soul of the leaders, and we are sure we'll achieve. There's a big difference in what I do in public and what I do in private and what I do in the dimension of. If with all the funds and money, I would have built a big castle and God knows, and a new Keshe Foundation Center and temple and the rest of it, would have been the same as before. I still live like a nomad. I still travel from place to place, teaching just about technology and what that technology can do for peace.
Yeah, because because the only thing came to my mind, because you said one time to me, you have 1,000 hats. I said, maybe you're playing one of your hats that I cannot see what's in it. So I trust you that you're doing the right thing. You're not gonna put us in a position.
We still are, what do you call it? 30% human physical life. And even we make mistake, it's a good mistake. It's not bad. because it didn't come with a bad intention and thoughts and emotion. It came with a good emotion. What it looks wrong to us could be the seed for perfect things for the future. I lived a horrible life when I look at it for years, but I was happy to be there because it allowed a lot of things to take shape. But when I look at it, the joy, the happiness, the peace I have today came because I lasted all those. I'm most probably one of the most joyful, comfortable, happy people, content amongst all of you, because I have found what I was looking for all my life. And with it has come peace for me. It didn't come from private jets and Rolls Royces and God knows some of you came to the homes and houses I lived. It meant nothing. Now I live in a very, very simple, from hotel room to hotel room. But I found peace, and that peace allows me to create a condition of peace for the others and the world leaders. This is one of the maybe best things ever happen into our lives. We don't see it when we are in it, but we are blessed to be in that position. No attachment. My attachment is not in the suitcase I carry. Because when I fly, airlines have a habit of losing it. So what is to be attached to? And we make mistakes, but the mistakes, if you make it with a wish to serve, become success by its own. You've seen it. You're part of that problem, which I created with us trying to do the expansion by the Keshe Foundation, and the soul of the event said no, has to come in a faster way. And now, look, 6 months later, we have signed one of the biggest ever contractual agreements with the most largest, powerful nation on earth. One day, knowledge seekers will know what we have signed into. And even the officials who were leaked the knowledge of the contract were shocked how such agreement has been reached by the Chinese, and we didn't ask for it. It was put on the table, given the condition we wanted for the knowledge seekers and the world peace, and it was signed into. I could never imagine 6 months ago, when I arrived in Beijing, all was set. It was just like Chinese were waiting for us to return after Corona. You got to understand, Chinese, what they call it, the Keshe Foundation technology, has written into the 14th and the 15th program of the Chinese nation. A technology is written in the most powerful nation on this planet in its national programs. We were told this 4 years ago, that your technology will be implemented in the 14 and the 15 5-year plan of the nation. Now is written into it. And when I tell you, you will hear, in the next 2 or 3 years, you start seeing various of the Keshe Foundation technology as a Chinese Keshe collaboration structure. And then we spread around the world. I didn't do anything. We landed, and within a week, the agreement was on the table. All the details except arranged internally by them. We're just a tool to bring that implication of the spreading the knowledge across the nation and then across the world. You will hear very, very soon how what turned out to be one of the biggest losses for the foundation turned out to be one of the biggest gains for the whole of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. So I make mistakes, but the souls who conduct me together the mistake, that is just, I understand why it happened. I had many sleepless nights, why, how to get to it. Now sitting in the most beautiful city of the world, in Beijing, and teaching you, sharing knowledge. I sit with a confidence that the technology to bring peace has signed itself to the constitution of a nation in work for next 10 years. And then we will spread around the world.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
still work.
Keshe.
We still work. I just, one of the reasons teaching up today was delayed to 3 o'clock is because we had sessions to actually show application of technology to some of the people who are influential, who can bring that change and how to be implemented worldwide. It wasn't just random. We do this, we spend all time possible in interacting to bring the change, but it takes time. It's not just we came out hullabaloo, it just it'll take another year for it to show itself. It takes another 3 to 5 years to bring the change gradually in the structure. We have committed ourselves to make China self-sufficient food security within the next 5 years through technology. And maybe by 2030, one of the largest exporting food nations on this planet. The will is there, the land is there, is the technology and knowledge is there now, and the peaceful nation is there. So next maximum 5 years, China will become a breadbasket, but a breadbasket of the food which is not GMO, which is clean, no fertilizer, natural food, and changes the habit of the nation by eating it, and then with it bring the other changes. There is something. I was in a shop in Vienna a few weeks ago, and I was looking at products, and as usual, because my background comes from 20 years up in retail and wholesale and other things of the world, and I was surprised myself saying it when I touched the quality of the material in the shop in the West. And the guy said, "This is something wrong." I said, "I get a better quality than this in China. Why should I buy this rubbish?" The guy said, "But it's Chinese good." I said, "You know Chinese 20 years ago. You don't know Chinese today." I said, "Come with me. You see quality of the clothing in China that in the West you dream about. Why should I buy and I pay 4 times more than I pay in China for quality 10 times better?" And this is what we have to understand. This change will come across to all of us. And the beauty of it is in the implication of the technology with the Chinese, we always emphasize other nations have to be involved. It's not just, "Oh, we are here, we are comfortable." As I said in my agreement, Iran stays paramount to me. The land of Iran, the nation of Iran. Then China, and then all equal the rest of the world. So we can't be prejudiced towards one or the other. And this has to be the age of the knowledge seekers. You're Indian, you're Pakistani, you are Arab, you are Muslim, you are Christian, it's all blind. We have to be blind to it because these are the mistakes of the past. The future, we know our souls has no color or race or religion. We'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
The world will know about all of your work, Azar, and many other knowledge seekers in the coming time. Any other question?
Okay, so that was laid out quite plainly, quite succinctly for all of us to understand. Again, there was no nano coding, there was no GANs talk, and none of the other things we're used to trying to figure out. But again, we will figure them out in the future more and more. I know a lot of this knowledge will stay in the hand of the Keshe Foundation or the licensees and so on, but eventually more and more of it will come into the public domain as I understand it. But again, why make anything if you don't have the full understanding, and it's available to you for a very small fee, perfectly made, perfectly delivered, effective, as we've seen in some of this wellness through the work of the soul and so on. So we're in a very beautiful time. I think this is humanity has waited and cried for this, millions and billions and trillions of tears over the millennia of years. And of course, the universal community heard the calls and the cries from this planet, but the timing just wasn't right for things to proceed. But now the timing is right, and it will be fully delivered as promised. Again, if you don't understand the transmutation, maybe your children or your grandchildren will achieve it. But I think it's ready for all of us. It's, as he said, it's only us who really deny our capabilities or our beauty and our grace, or that we're made in the image of the Creator. So thank you all for listening to that. Any questions or thoughts from anyone? I know it's quite a bit of knowledge to understand, but the soul understands it. Nothing is hidden from the soul. So it's all been, in a way, ingrained or delivered to you on that level. It's for you to work it out between the soul of physicality and the physicality. And it's only something you can do. And that's the beauty of this new way. Nobody can tell you you're not doing it correctly, because the only correct way is the way you do it. So this is the beautiful time we're coming into. I don't know exactly what this new teaching is going to involve, but he said it would be a radical change. I remember him even saying that one of the Knowledge Seekers workshop would be delivered totally in silence, if that's a possibility. And that's what we're, in a way, experiencing these wellness sessions. 99% of the time, there is no talking. Everything is quiet. Whatever's happening between you, the system, your soul, and your physicality, soul of physicality, is all happening while you just listen. I remember him saying in another workshop, everything is here. The land of milk and honey is here. All you have to do is listen. So that's where we are right now. But there's still much more to do. 8 billion people who don't even have an inkling of what the Keshe Foundation is or what they're delivering, but at the highest levels, it's happening. So I think this is a very beautiful time for all of us. Let's continue to stay humble, to work in this dimension. And we're continuing on. And one of the tasks that we're doing is to deliver the world's peace with the work of the GANs, is something for our physicality to do, and also through the work of your soul, expanding the fields of your soul. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. I know he talked about defending the soul. We know there's no bacteria per se in the universe, but there certainly are myriads of energy packages in all sizes and strengths. So we have to be quite aware of this. I know most of them won't affect your soul, but he said there are energy packages that can even affect the soul of the man. So this is what we're defending, not so much a planet or something else, because we don't see any wars. We look into the deepest space with our telescopes and the rest, and you'll never see any war. It doesn't exist, even though certain factions or certain ones would like us to believe that we're being invaded. Normally, it's just the opposite of what they seem to convey. And I know there was a famous space scientist, in a way, who said the final card, first we'd have the Cold War, then we'd have the war on terrorism, and the final card, the last card to be played, would be the threat from those living in the universal community. But we know that's all being hoaxed for whatever reason. Again, to take this killing and destroying to other places, but that won't be allowed to happen. Although they're going to play the card, it seems. Maybe that card won't be played depending on how fast this technology moves forward, or perhaps there's two competing factions. So one is for peace and one is for continuing this threat even out into the universe. So every day, my time is 9 p.m. Of course, you have to adjust your time for whatever time it is, to unite together on the soul level and to bring the change through the expansion of the fields of your soul. And again, it's a practice. Mr. Keshe is handling the physicality, even though we're handling it as well, through the release of the making of the GANs waters, the gases and nanosolid, and also through expansion of the soul. So whether you can give a nanosecond or a minute or whatever you can, try to unite together, as we understand now that we're much stronger together because we all have unique fields. Only you carry those fields, different than what I carry, but the same, but different strengths perhaps. And all this combination of these fields will bring about the change. And it's all about giving. As he said, we don't have time for taking. It's all about giving. And that is sort of foreign to most of us. As we've said, most of us like the taking. This is what we've been conditioned to. But the universal community thinks every day, have they given enough? Not about what they've taken. So this is the change in the structure of us in a way that will lead forward to do much, much more giving. And then we'll fit quite nicely, I think, into the universal community. But as a taker, you're probably not going to go very far. You're going to take this planet, you're going to take that asteroid, you're going to control this. It's not going to work. And I'm sure the universal community has ways of dealing with it. But we're going to work in collaboration, both together. They're going to share their understanding, their technology, which is billions of years ahead of us. Oops. But they've never gotten back to the mother as we haven't, and we're just starting to learn this process of the elevation of the soul, the working through the transmutation of the soul. So this is the parts we'll teach them and others, and they'll share with us their advanced space technology. And maybe this is, whoops, Elizabeth, I'm going to mute you. Maybe this is part of this exchange.
I'm sorry. Hello, Mark.
No, no problem. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing
Okay.
us with the invitation. And it's important now reinforce is a need to elevate all southern systems, but actually need take more attention to the ambassadors, because we need many all ambassadors come to the meeting in November. Is Mr. Keshe reinforced that invitation, because need expand, sharing and expand the plasma technology. And thank you for the people all the time, always days, come with us all time to the elevator, the all souls. Thank you so much.
Right, and this is the way Mr. Keshe works. He says he doesn't work with the doormen. He works with the generals, or he works with the soul of the man. And I think this is the way we're going to start working more and more and gaining confidence that we can make changes without even saying a word, which to the physicality, that would be impossible. Of course, you have to say something, don't you? This is the new understanding. This is the way Mr. Keshe works 90% of the time, and I'm sure other beings and entities work in the same manner. It's just our brain, that the physicality and so on, that thinks we have to physically do something to make the change. But the Universal Council is learning this as well. I see there's the Q&A has a question. Saeed, hello, blessings. How many extraterrestrial races are working with Universal Council to bring peace on Earth? Actuarians, Palladians, etc. I think they're all working with the Universal Council, even though the Universal Council may not be aware of it. This is their position is to be, in a way, an intermediary between their structure and this structure on Earth. We're going to learn more about that in the coming time as we start to meet and engage. Anyone else would like to answer that question? Hello, blessings. How many extraterrestrial races are working with Universal Council to bring peace on Earth?
Actually, it's universal community. Come to always time for learn from the Earth. Mr. Keshe explained many times. How many? I don't know, because it's all universal community. For that reason, Mr. Keshe enforced all time for teach us, and please understand the totality, because you need to go to the universal community to teach too, all the time. And but when they come to the UFOs, different UFOs is come to teach from us.
Thank you. Yes, and if the age of the universe is much, much older, in the billions and trillions of years, I would imagine there's probably trillions of civilizations. Even as he said, the planets or people, entities from different planets, let's say, they've been interacting, creating souls, creating maybe physicalities for billions and trillions of years. So I think new civilization races are being created all the time.
Yes, many universe, galaxies, planets, and come now and after, when the humanity understand the totality and go to the colonization after at the galaxies, planets, and for that reason need understand the totality and approach the time for achievement the knowledge the Mr. Case come.
Right, and that's one of the reasons we stay humble, because when we think we understand it all is the moment we fail. I think this process of learning and understanding is a never-ending process, so you never quite get there. Maybe when you become part of the creator, you are, even though you are the creator, there is a level or an elevation point where you become part of, again, everything, even though it seems we're being taught we already are part of the creator. But there is more understanding to be gained, I think. So these are the opportunities that are coming up in the future. I always thought, for some reason, years and even before the Keshe Foundation, that for some reason I would end up in China. And maybe because I worked on the One Belt, One Road, we produced a number of publications and so on. I know if you can find the movie Storm Over Asia, when Hong Kong was returned to China, this is one of the things you'll see my name in the credits as a sponsor of that. So I worked in a way, again, to bring the peace. I don't know why that's always gnawed at me, that that was part of my responsibility of bringing here this situation. So again, and now it seems to be working out that we will be collaborating very, very extensively with the Chinese again, and they're not going to be the number one or anything along that line. Hopefully they don't try to do that sort of work, but just to be humble and share. And as Mr. Keshe said, President Xi is one of the most peaceful leaders, I think, in the world today. So that is only going to expand through the BRICS nations and the other collaborators that like to join. And again, if you want your nation staying with the donkey or whatever, the jetliners, that's totally up to you. But I think the clamor will be to move very quickly once they see this technology being demonstrated and what can be done to serve the others. Okay, so let's go to our first part of the creating this dome of peace, and this is something for our physicality to do. And again, we're creating little domes which are linking up into slightly bigger domes, and those domes are linking up into other peace domes, and eventually they'll all link up together, and this process is happening as we speak. So let's just play this little portion here.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, now we'll go to our, so that's something we can do every day.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Whoops, sorry. Thank you, Stefania. So it's something we can all do every day, as much as you like. You can make your own GANs. You can share GANs with other people to spray. And it does have some very fantastic results. As we know, the GANs seems to have its own intellect. It does, to bring a balance into almost any condition in the environment or within yourself, where it takes from the body what the body doesn't need, and it gives to the body what the body does need. So it's a beautiful process that we're learning. And of course, you make that GANs by transmuting energies into the fourth state of matter. It actually makes a nano of itself, the energy, and appears as a solid in the matter state. So let's go to the second point here, which is the use of our internal reactors in a way, or our soul, or the combination of the magravs which are already set within you. And again, we're huge, huge field generators. Just the way your child can sense when you're angry, your child can sense when you're happy without even saying a word, or your lover, husband, wife, what have you. Your employer, you know when your boss is angry, and you know when he's, in a way, joyful. And you can feel these fields. So now we're going to start operating in this method more and more. And this is what the Universal Council is also learning. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants.
Okay, I'm just going to back this up and we're going to take 5 minutes to do this work. And of course, the Brazilian team has been doing this quite faithfully, day in and day out, weekly. You can join them. I think it's at 1 a.m., correct me, for the daily intention. And then on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central European time, you can join them as well, whether it's in the Telegram or the Zoom. But you'll find that on the language communities and the social medias and so on. Before we enter into this 5 minutes of silence where we use the fields of our souls, I thought I'd play this in a way, this sort of little clip here that we can see in a way, a demonstration through the flowers of how they sort of expand, show their beauty, release fields, interact with their environment. So this is something, again, I think we can all do, but it's fairly short, 3 minutes. Let's just take a look at some of the vertical people, and in a way, I see a similarity between the expansion of our soul and their opening up of their buds and their flowers to show the beauty. And they do reach us. We much rather see the flower open than the bud closed. So here is something I found yesterday, and I thought we would, share it. It's taken over the screen here. Hopefully, can we see that? Anyone confirm? Okay. I'm going.
Beautifully.
Okay, great.
It's a giant flower.
Yes, I think this is a type of lily in a way. But let's just play this 3 minutes, and then we'll go into our 5 minutes of expansion of the fields of our soul to bring about the changes that we'd like to see. So again, this is just something similar to what we're practicing. So now let's just take 5 minutes, inner calmness, bringing peace and elevation to the rest of the planet. And we'll begin now. Thank you for your continued work. And we continue on with this process. We've reached many more effectively than if we use the physicality to write letters, send videos, protest, break things, and the rest of it. And this is the way we're all learning how to work, and this is the way the universal community works, as they create everything they need out of their wishes. So this is what we'll be doing between the two hands, or the soul of the man in the hands, and so on. And we're learning more and more. So thank you all, and we hope for your continued participation in this process. Up to you. Nobody's recording it. It's between you and your soul. I'm sure the universal community is recording it, but they're not judging you whether you do it or not. Just remind your soul that about that time every day to join for a moment. Even if you're working or washing dishes or whatever you're doing, the soul is an always tasker. So you can certainly count on your soul to bring that change just by requesting it and doing this sort of work. Okay, and now the part everyone's been waiting for. I think Alex will be joining us momentarily, but before he does, let me play the disclaimer. I probably could recite it by heart by now, but I still make a couple of mistakes. We've played this so much. Let me just bring that back. We'll play the disclaimer. Alex will come in momentarily. Thank you, Alex.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now join me as we welcome through our souls, through our appreciation of Alex being here to deliver another, in a way, universal teaching. So Alex, please take over the screen if you would. Let's see here. Yes, you have the screen. Let me just minimize this. We see your screen. I think everything is ready to go. And welcome. Testing for sound. I see a mic open. I am not hearing any sound. Waiting for the... There it is.
Very soon.
There it is. Do you have to pay a toll for sound up there, or? I know sometimes from South Africa there is a few second delay with Gail, and that reminds me, let's make her co-host so she can have some access to the chat. Sorry, Gail. But welcome, Alex, and let's see what provocative, inquisitive, and universal teaching you have like to share with us today. We welcome you.
Well, and thank you very much for bringing us here, Mark, especially this time of global boiling. And as we're sweltering under the 23 degrees Celsius today in North America. And I want to welcome everybody on this beautiful afternoon because we have nothing else to do. And it is the North American class, but we have so many people from so many different continents, and that is where our strength is. And that's why this meeting is so important. And so I'm very honored and grateful that you're all here. And as such, I hope you enjoy this ride, because that's basically what we're doing. We're going on a journey to see the teachings of Maritain Keshe and how he brings about world peace. And of course, you can't do it alone. And we are there with him. And there remains a question of whether we're riding on his coattails or if he's riding on our shoulders. But the point is that there's more than meets the eye. And this is what we have to do. We have to elevate our schemes and understand that there's more. And there's always more. And in some cases, that's a problem because we have thousands of hours of teaching. And it's a challenge for mature teachers, but it's also going to be a challenge for the new teachers and for the newcomers. And so these classes are trying to facilitate something here in order to fast track, if you will, some of the teachings. And as we've been racing so far ahead, we've run into a problem. And that is where we are so far down the road that a lot of people can't even see us anymore. So what we've decided to do is start a review. And we're well into it. And so I hope you enjoy the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are doing a review today of the new basic plasma understanding. My name is Alexander. It is July the 30th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. This is our first anniversary since June 6th of 2022. And we are all part of the new space age pioneers. You know, when we talk about space, we have to be a little bit more specific, because for some of us, that space is simply between our ears. But there's an inner space, there's an outer space, and there's all sorts of space all over the place. So we need to figure out what's the difference between outer space, Earth space, and inner space, and how do we get this manifestation point space, which is just on the other side of that transparency point space. And so these are skills that we have to learn. And we were trying today, this was the fourth session of Wellness for the Work of the Soul, where we had a chance to experience the work of the new wellness centers. They are in action. It is past tense now. We are using them. We are learning how to use them. The doctors are learning how to use them. And this becomes very, very important, because everyone has a boo-boo. Everyone has some kind of health issue. Obviously, some are in a life-threatening state, and others are just minor issues. But collectively, we're all hurting. And we have to understand that when our neighbor is sick, and our neighbor is part of the community, regardless of your condition, the community is sick. And if you're sick as well, and whether you admit it or not, and you constitute part of that community, it is your responsibility to achieve wellness. Because the stronger you are, the stronger the community is, and that's all of our responsibility. And all of this is the work of the soul, and that's what the whole business is. After 284 weeks, we have hosted the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, as we try and achieve the transcendence of the peacemongers over the limitations of the warmongers. You know, we try and do this in one go. And the reason for that is because there's been too much suffering. And suffering really is a needless thing when you look at the value of the universe. And speaking of the value of the universe, is described in book number 1 by Mr. Keshe, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. It shows you how things are created. They come together, the matter state, the dark matter state, the antimatter state. And these are the United States of the Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And book number 2, it explains how we got here, the structure of light. But not only how we got here, but where we're going. And not only that, but how do we maintain whatever we have? Because in book number 3, we talked about the origin of the universe. And shouldn't that be book number 1? At the origin of the universe. So which came first, the matter or the universe? But what's interesting to see is how we multiply through division. So we tried to get this basic understanding to follow up the basic teaching. And last week we covered quite a few things. And we played a little game of tic-tac-toe. And this week we continue with a little bit more basic understanding, as we need to talk about the brain, the bones, the memory, the transmutation hormones, and the PM ticks. Because as we go down the plasma highway, we have to figure out this business of outer space and where it is exactly. And we find that it's in the embodiment of our little pie in the sky. And so there's an underlying intelligence. There's a creation. And there's an underlying intelligence to that creation. And it's a real intelligence. And it's a lot more than what some people ascribe as that advanced artificial intelligence. And so we have choices. We can look at the small picture, we can look at the big picture. And remember, you give your time and attention to whatever you are, because from there comes the ray creation, which is the model of nuclear decay of the neutron, which is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum of creation and origin of the universe, where the neutron breaks down into the electron-proton marriage, which we call an atom. But in that process is the release of the PM ticks. Unfortunately, we call that the decay process, but it's not, it's a part of the creation. And so when people ask you to define plasma, tell them it's a kind of energy state. And there are different states, and they have different strengths, different performances. And just like you have your minor leagues and your major leagues and your professional leagues and in sports, or we have radiance, we have plasma gen. These are all plasma fields. We talked about gas, nano, matter. What's your point of view? And it kind of revolves around your understanding of desert space. And we need to do this, and that's why we're going through this review, because we have to find our inner space as we're searching for this outer space. And it's the most important thing in life. We have to understand that it's not important, and nothing is important, because this is what you give your time and attention to. And in our physical world, we have two attributes: heat and pressure. And so, yes, we are under a lot of pressure, but we also face something that's called entropy, which is a loss of heat. And it's ascribed to natural decay. Well, when we look at the second law of thermodynamics, we found there's a flaw. because you see, we are heat generators. And so in effect, we as part of life are counterentropic. You could say in many ways, we are the protesters of matter state science. I would like to play this game. Problem with this game is there are X's and O's and it's in 2 dimensions. Transition, transmission. And there's no accounting. We don't know whose turn it is. And there's a conflict. There's a question. Whose turn is it? Because the next turn wins. And so we have this conflict, and we see this relationship. Pharmacology and how we treat psychiatry. And psychology and physiology. Well, we have a new physiology. And you see all these roads cross over. And then you find it's a double cross where we have to re-educate. So educate, uneducate, and re-educate to understand the new plasma science. Because again, this is only in 2 dimensions. Transmission, transition. It's energy binding, it's self-serving, and that's important. But not at the expense of others. Because now we're drawing energy from a weaker source. The physicality is the weakest level. And so we want to talk about the brain today, but you know, many of us are brain dead. We're too committed to service to self. We prosper at the expense of others. And as a result, we not only get less, but we think small. And many of us claim that I am here now. And because I am here now, the universe can shut up. And you find that the brain doesn't grow. It becomes more like a pinhead, or even a pea brain. We need to get the energy flowing. Yes, we need to be self-serving, but at the enhancement of others. Energy flowing is a key. And in order to keep it flowing, we have to change our attitude. We have to engage our brains. With what? Do we just scatter it all over the place? Do we just grab a handful of matter and just broadcast it all over the place, willy-nilly? Well, for some of us, that would be even more effective. But it isn't purposeless. It isn't functionless. There's a matter, there's a field strength, there's a substance, and there's a purpose. And we need to do this because we need to exist and coexist. And so the thought patterns become co-emissions. And when we give, then we can receive. And we seem to only do that at Christmas. We need Christmas every day. So let's look at some of the most important things in life, and that is looking after our self-serving needs. So eating is a major component of that. And so it's interesting when we look at what we call the trophic sequencing, you know, and And theory of evolution, the stronger eats the weaker. And so you got one of the biggest mammals, a whale, eats one of the smallest components of plankton. And you've got these big whales, and they're in the sea, but you have these big elephants, and they're on land, and they don't eat plankton, they eat hay. And then, of course, moose, they eat plants. It's man that eats cheeseburgers. And then what about the mouse? What does the mouse eat? Well, lots of things. But their job is to be an elephant terrorist and terrorize elephants. And what about the plankton? That's just whale food. And then you look at amoebas, which is a single-celled animal. And it seems to have the intelligence to chase and catch food. So this throws out this trophic sequencing right out the window. Where the stronger eats the weaker. Which one's the strongest and which one is the weakest? And is that the way it works? Is that the way intelligence works? This is an important question because in our society, the strong elephants, which we've been using them as beasts of burden, are losing their occupation. And so if they don't, shall we say, carry their weight, then they become expendable. So we have to give them a new job. And we give them the opportunity to paint. And so that becomes a question. If you have paint, does that make you the paint spreader? Or are you the paint applier? Or are you the noble paint artist? And then you have to decide things such as how big is large? How much is expensive? How much is enough? How much do you take into account? And when do you stop? And so when the elephant keeper gives the paintbrush to the elephant, and the elephant has an intelligence to be able to paint on canvas so that they can sell the painting so that the elephant can be fed, because the proceeds of the painting helps the elephant keeper buy the food. And so these beasts of burden become artists. Or are they paint spreaders? And what's the difference? The difference is every time the elephant keeper gives him the paintbrush, he will paint in his own mind's eye. And when the painting is complete, he will stop. The elephant keeper will give him the paintbrush, and the elephant will refuse it. Why? Because the artist knows when to stop. And that's the difference between a paint applier and a paint artist. The intelligence. And so when we look at the brain ratio we like to relate that as a brain size to body size ratio, right? So our brain is very large in relation to our body. And of course, that stupid elephant has a very small brain in relationship to his body. But what about if we relate the brain ratio to the soul size ratio? And if the soul is inside the brain, then relatively speaking, the brain is gigantic and the soul is tiny. And so really we can say, regardless of the brain size, every brain has a soul. And every brain is gigantic, even a pea brain. And so we made the claim that, we only use 15% of our brain and 85% is unused. But every athlete knows if you don't use it, you lose it. And so the brain would atrophy if that were true. And it does atrophy to a certain extent. We have Alzheimer's and other kinds of brain damage, Parkinson's, etc. And one of the key components is calcium. And calcium in the pH scale is alkaline. I think you can see where this is going. So there are a lot of things that we can do for testing the body. And we're familiar with X-rays and cathode ray scans and ultrasound and magnetic resonance. And of course, the cardiac machine. But there's a tool called a brain mapper. It's a magnetoelectroencephalogram. And so basically it's a helmet that has a lot of senses. And what they do is they apply an electric current to try and map out the brain to see what part of the brain controls what part of the body. How do you map an antenna? Because when you look at the phenomena of water babies and you see how they've lost their brain function, when their brain function is restored, that facility is in a different location. Because the original location ascribed by, shall we say, the DNA is in an area of the brain that is not functioning. So it literally has to move. So that intelligence is actually restored in a different location. So much for your brain mapping. But we do know we have a left side, right side, and we do cross-channel. So that is the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. But we have two glands inside the brain, and they work together, the pituitary and the pineal gland. And they're right next to the place where the soul resides. And so we wonder, if I have an idea and I give you that idea, would I be left with a hole in my head? Or am I sharing my idea? I create an idea. And I co-emit. I cooperate. I coexist. And so that's a capability of the brain, isn't it? And so it becomes the most important organ in our body. And it really becomes a problem when we go into a coma, because then basically we're brain dead, but the body is alive. And this is an anomaly. How could the body be alive if the brain is dead? And so we look at the other organs in the body, and we're talking about the main organs, the heart, the liver, the Leydig cells, which are the reproductive system, the autonomous nervous system, the cells, and the electron transport system. And we come to the realization that each of them have an intelligence. And if that's the case, then when we talk about the brain, we're talking about intelligence. So literally, the heart's a brain, the liver's a brain, etc. So each of these organs is a brain, and they perform a function of intelligence, and they cooperate, and they work together. And they kind of mimic, or shall we say, work in alignment with the chakras of the body. But there are other organs. They don't look like organs, but, you know, the blood, the lymph system, the nerves, and then, of course, the skin, the largest organ of the body. But these are all sensory organs. And we wonder, well, how does that work? Well, the brain is a sensory organ as well. And it has what's called a supragranular layer, which is only 3 cells thick. It encapsulates the corpus callosum. That's kind of the mansion of the soul. And it's unique to Homo sapiens sapiens. That's us. We're so good, we named ourselves twice. It's unique because it allows a delay in consequences. This is a physical attribute of our species. It's a feature. The physicality is a feature. The delay in consequences is a feature. But we abuse it. And so we find that we become headstrong. But we have to understand that life is for learning. And the past will not qualify you, nor disqualify you from the future. The truth is, nobody can say or do anything to affect you unless you allow it. And that's why they say the mind is the builder, because what we're really referring to is intelligence. Well, what about the bones? Pretty intricate, pretty well developed, but encased inside the body. And the way we can see the bones is with an X-ray. And so what we discovered lately is the fact that when you look at the X-ray, what you see is the physical outline of the bones. You don't see what's going on inside the bones. But you do see what's going inside under the skin. But if you stop looking through the X-ray and look through your eyes, you will see the skin. But you can't see through the skin to see the bones. You need the X-rays to do that. What's the point? The point is that the skin is physical and the bones are physical. And yet, when we change the field strength of the vision, one becomes transparent and the other becomes invisible. So we're going from one physical field to an invisible field to another visible field. And of course, there's something else that we don't see. And it's the thing that makes all this happen. And it all starts in the spine. And you feel sorry for the jellyfish because it's spineless. But it's how we get fed. It's where the plasma energy comes from to feed our soul. And from there, it feeds our whole body, the bones, and all the intelligent organs, all the cells, and everything that constitutes the body. But the body doesn't end at the tips of your fingers. But let's look at this alkalinity situation here, because alkalinity is a characteristic of water. And the opposite of alkalinity is acidic. And then, of course, there's neutral, which is a balanced state. And that applies to the blood as well, and the health of the body is referred to its pH as well. And so, interestingly enough, the way we raise the pH to make it alkaline, when we're talking about raising the pH of water, we can do that with chemical additives or through electrolysis. But now, we have discovered in 1923 that Dr. Warburg, yes, part of that Warburg family, he discovered the cause of cancer in 1923. And in 1931, they gave him a Nobel Prize. And you notice that, of course, it's not a Peace Prize. But what he says, all forms of cancer have two basic conditions, acidosis and hypoxia, which is the lack of oxygen. So cancerous tissues are acidic. Healthy tissues are alkaline. So that's why we focus on the alkaline, because disease cannot live in an alkaline body. And so there it is, the periodic table on left, calcium. And so calcium is an important component for our physicality. And right next to it is magnesium, which is an important component for plants, the vertical people. And we all know that we made the cups of life, and we call them the cups of life, not the cups of pandemic, because we had certain components in them, and none of those components were calcium. And yet we produced calcium. And when we look in the cups, and when we remove the components, and as we say in the plasmatic state, the field remains. And what does that field look like? And so here we have a top view of a cup, and we see the manifestation of crystalline formation. Which intelligence made this artwork? Where's the brain? Where's the brain that made this? And can you reproduce it? And so we see that in a dynamic reactor, you can see from the top of the cup to the bottom, you can see the rotating field, and you can clearly see that there's no GANS in the center. The GANS is forming a ring around the bottom of the cup. which intelligence created that? Where exactly is the brain? And so there was a unique characteristic of calcium because it's water soluble. It's also water insoluble. And it's also in suspension in water. It doesn't dissolve in water the way sugar does. So the calcium that's inside the body is soluble, but the calcium that you mix with water is insoluble, and it's been one of the elusive sciences of man. And it's really not talked about much, except that when we're talking about bones, we find that calcium is a major component of the bones. And it is the calcium structure that we're able to see through that X-ray. But inside the bones is a marrow, and there we have stem cells and white blood cells and red blood cells. And they're not rigid. They're not hard like the bone. And you know that because when you have old bones lying around, you find that they're hollow inside. Well, how did that happen? And where's the intelligence for that? And then what happens if you have osteoporosis, which is the porosity of bones? It's a depletion of calcium in the bone. So we're not talking about the hollowness in the center. We're talking about pores in the structure of the bone. And the reason for that is because calcium is alkaline. And if you're in an acidic state, then to rebalance the body sacrifices calcium to try and bring it back to a healthy state. So you have a depletion of calcium. Same thing happens in teeth. So why are teeth sensitive? It's a depletion of calcium in the teeth. Well, if calcium's a key component of the bones, and calcium is a main brain food, then maybe the brain is actually not a brain, but a brain bone. And inside it has an idea, and it can share that idea without having a hole in the head. Except if we don't give it enough brain food, then maybe that's where the hole in the head comes from. Well, calcium is a major component of milk, and this becomes very interesting because there's mother's milk. And what's really interesting is that the mother's milk is for the mother's children. And yet we don't think it's good enough. We have to give children's milk from cows. Well, the mother's milk is for human children. The cow's milk is for cow children. And even that's deficient, so we make our own baby formula. But what's interesting is when we look at a product called coral calcium, and a distinguishing feature of coral calcium is it's water soluble. And it is so soluble that the calcium content is 56% as compared to mother's milk, which only has 17% water-soluble calcium. So the coral calcium has over 3 times as much calcium as mother's milk. So that's why mother's milk is deficient. And coral calcium is so important to reduce problems with the teeth, problems with the bones, and problems with the brain. Or is it? Or is the 17% more than enough? Is the body intelligent enough to decide that 17% is more than enough and that 56% would be excessive? So when we look at seashells by the seashore, and we find that they're made of calcium. And we see a pattern. Is this transitional rotation that happens. So first of all, the shell forms, and then you see these spikes on these shells, which are going in a different direction from the basic structure of the shell. And speaking of spikes, you look at the antlers of a moose and you see it has spikes also. So we have the formation of the antlers in one direction and the spikes going in a perpendicular direction. And in fact, we can see these antlers coming right out of the head of a moose. We don't need an X-ray. So these antlers become an extension of the skeleton. And of course, there's a skull which holds the brain. And I guess the horns grow right out of the top of the head. One could even possibly suggest that the intelligence of the moose is greater on that basis. It's just a manifestation of the bones, isn't it? Or so we have a skeleton inside and a skeleton outside. How do we do this? How do we know to do this? Let's look at memory. So to understand memory, we look at the spirals. And the thing about a spiral is that it does go in a rotating circle, but that circle gets smaller every time it makes one orbit. And it keeps going round and round, but it keeps going smaller and smaller. Well, that's if you're going from the outside to the inside, but if you're going from the inside to the outside, it gets bigger and bigger. So the key point is that it's a two-way street. But at some point in the center, you have this matter state, the combination of matter, antimatter, and dark matter, and it comes to that focal point. And so we realize that there's a different kind of mathematics that helps explain this. So just introducing the Fibonacci sequence. And there is a pattern here where the next number in the pattern is the sum of the previous two. The previous two equations, that is. So one equation is 0 plus 1. Well, that equals 1. And then the next one would be 1 plus 1, and that equals 2. So the third equation is a sum of the previous two answers. Previous two answers are 1 and 2. So the sum of the third equation is 1 plus 2 equals 3. So now when we look at the fourth equation, it's looking at the sum of the previous two equations. Well, that's 2 and 3. So 2 and 3 equals 5. And if we look at the fifth equation, then we look at the sum of the third and the fourth equation. That's 3 plus 5. Well, that equals 8. And so you see how now we take 5 and 8, well, that makes 13. And then 8 and 13, well, that makes 21. So feel free to carry on. And what you'll find is that you will just do the same thing as the snail. And I wonder, we call it a cornucopia because it's a fountain. It's abundance. And so clearly the snail starts at that small point and lives inside. But in order for it to grow, the skeleton is on the outside. So the bones are on the outside. So the snail actually builds its bones as it goes along, but the snail is in the water. Well, you see the calcium is insoluble. But the snail produces it. So in order for the snail to have this calcium, that calcium has to be soluble. So the snail has the intelligence to produce the calcium. The snail has the intelligence to build its home. And so what we're talking about is this going round and round, and how we look at this greater oneness, what we're all trying to achieve. And so we can go from the outside to the inside. As we talked about this Fibonacci growth, and we can also go from the inside to the outside. So obviously the snail understands math. Now, sometimes we have trouble with math because the basic math, of course, is adding and subtracting. But the cells have a different kind of math. They multiply through division. Everyone has intelligence. And how do we get this greater oneness when we're all unique? Well, there's 8 billion of us on this planet. So each of us has a oneness. But collectively, we have this greater oneness. And so you start with a seed and you grow. And the rules with respect to the seed are mathematically described in the Fibonacci growth pattern. But we can transcend that. We don't have to just follow that path. There is a plasma highway, gets right to the core and right to the outer limits. And so what's important to understand about these spirals is because it isn't just one spiral. You have to have another spiral. You have to have a relationship. So we talked about growth last week and how the nerves grow around the neurons, the axon of the neurons, that is. And there's this myelin sheath. And it basically wraps around the axon. And it continues to grow. And the more it grows, the stronger the memory. But how does it grow on the leading edge? And so you see, we'll follow the arrow, and it goes right around the leading edge in a rotation. And every time it goes around once, it completes and then goes to the next one. And in this case, it keeps getting larger and larger, just like the snail. And that's exactly what the snail is doing, is depositing calcium in a rotating field around the leading edge and makes its home bigger and bigger so the snail can grow. Imagine if you did that with your home. Imagine if you were using your mouse to build your home and it kept going bigger and bigger. But we don't do that. We have engineers and architects who take care of that. But the most important thing to understand is that this kind of growth is literally the development of memory. And this snail is actually doing a pretty good job because that's looking like a really beautiful home. There's nice patterns and it's very strong. It's made of calcium. Well, what about that other spiky snail? It introduces a spiral field in a totally different direction. So the snail on the right has a nice smooth exterior, but the one on the left has spikes, and the way they grow is through a spiral formation as well. Pretty fancy architecture, wouldn't you say? Or would you say it's a demonstration of intelligence? Because, let's face it, they must have done this from memory. And where did this memory come from? Because our memory comes from the creation of these fields, these spirals around our nerves. So it isn't just in two directions, it's in three directions. So we have the X, Y, and Z axis. And we call that growth. There's a problem with our memory. Because before we were born, we can't remember anything. So fortunately, there's a relationship between the RNA and the DNA. So there was an intelligence carried forward. And the structure of the DNA is in a spiral. And so the more we have on the axon, on the nerves, the more memory we have. Until, of course, we die. And then, how do you remember after that? And what happens to the memory that you gained in that lifetime? Because that memory is now fed back to the DNA. And then the DNA feeds it back to the RNA. Then what happens with that? So is the memory only bound between after birth and before death? Is that the only time that we get our memory? Because what's the point of having a memory if it isn't to remember what we learned? And what we learn contributes to our intelligence, but obviously we were born with a certain kind of intelligence. And then we see that we remember how to do this because we can regenerate cells and bones and body health and brain health. We can regenerate our soul health as well. And so now we see the relationship between how the nerves grow, the nanotechnology that goes into atomic state to a monatomic state, and the building blocks of life, the amino acids, which go into essential fatty acids, and they build up all the proteins. And then we create the rest of the body. the emotion, the physicality, the calcium, and the rest. And then we see the similarities with the cup of life and the stack formation with the soul of cup, the emotional cup, the physical cup, cup of inertia, and the cup of the earth. This pattern. There's an intelligence that comes somewhere. So we call that transmutation. It's the difference between the matter state that's physical, which you can touch and see, or the matter state that is plasmatic, which you cannot touch, you cannot see, but you can sense it. And so whatever, it becomes a reality because it's a combination of two fields coming together to form another. Any formation of any field is a manifestation. It's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. That's why we could have a non-tangible or tangible manifestation, or a non-visible or visible manifestation. And being that case, then there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. So whatever the reality, that's the manifestation. That manifestation is a form artifact. So even the emotional presence is a form artifact. And this is all energy and motion. That's what it's all about. It's all about this relationship. We call it the magnetical gravitational balance. We call it the magrat. And so we see the relationship like with the scientific community and spiritual community. And we in the plasmatic community are the science that brings more knowledge, adds to this, and brings together this greater oneness of intelligence. So we have to sort out these relationships, and we see that there are many relationships that we can refer to. There's that there and here, so there must be an in-between. We know that between an electron and a neutron, there's this proton. So between the principal matter and the matter, we have this transitional matter. Between the physical matter, we've done this in the cups of life. We have nano in between the matter and the gas. The emotion is between our physicality and our soul. And we, the horizontal people, are between the earth and the sun. So you see the soul of the body is between the amino acids and the soul of man. And carbon is between hydrogen and oxygen, the building blocks of the amino acid. These are all relationships. And so they're all part of the dimension building. And how we go through the different energy states, and they become stronger and stronger because there's always a reference. So the more complex, as you go from one point to multiple points, is you have more connections, and more connections make it stronger. And so as you put all these points together, they create a structure. And as the Raspadon, Brazilian mathematicians, saying that, we're just nothing more than a mathematical residue. Even the snails understood that. And say God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves on the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, but each axis has its own path, and they can flip, so they can unlock things. But they have a relationship, and on certain planes, they can have a face-centering plasma positioning. And in another way, they can have a body-centering plasma positioning. So the plasma positioning is the focal point of the point of reference. And we can have both. And so we can have a face-centered positioning and a body-centered positioning, and then what happens? Yeah, more complexity, more stability, more intelligence, more field strength. And from there, we can reposition. So it's still the same cube, but from a different point of view. And so you see the hexagonal structure of organic beings that's carbon-based. And so from there, we can change our position through rotation. Now we can take this hexagonal formation and we can just either rotate it right, left, or rotate it to the right. It all depends on which way we want to go. Lock it or unlock it. And so in the case of phosphorylation, we take the glucose, which is the product from the food that we eat, and we phosphorylate it into fructose, which is the energy that we need. And it is basically flipping the polarity at the points of the structure. Well, this is what we do in the nanocoding, except it's not hexagonal, it's diamond structure. And not only that, but we can align them, rotate the poles, so we can get this monatomic alignment. And so this becomes a carbon nanocrystal, and it creates a pathway. So we want to play this game of tic-tac-toe. We don't have an accountability. We don't have a reference. But if we enter the 4 diamonds into here, we can account for the transition and the transmission. But that's only 2-dimensional. What happens if we look at the top of the diamond or the face of the diamond? So we have 6 diamonds, 1 in front, 1 in back. And if we were just to take a side view, oh, well, the picture's the same. Well, let's get rid of the game. Let's look at what happens with energy in motion. Let's look at the water molecule that has 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. And as a solvent of life, one of the hydrogens gets sheared off. You're left with a hydroxyl. 1 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. It's still in a balanced state as a magrav, but it has a negative charge because we lost 1 hydrogen. So it seeks to bind someone. So let's take this diamond structure and let's remove the bottom one. So let's create a need. And let's make that as an adder, which means it's negatively charged. It looks to add itself to something. So there's the balanced magrav. There's diamond with 6 sides. We'll take 1 away. That makes it negatively charged. And we can stack another one. Now we have a 2-stage stacker. It's still negatively charged. We add another diamond. And now we have a balanced magrav again. So we had balance, we had negative charge, then we had a new balance. That's part of the transmutation process. That's how cells work, and that's how the RNA and the DNA work. And that is the manifestation of intelligence. Now, where's the connection? Can't see the connection. So let's talk about hormones. So in this process, we're breaking a lot of barriers. We've already broken the speed of light, confounded the second law of thermodynamics. We've introduced superconductors and super insulators. And this was done 20 years ago, easily. And we've calculated the new neutron math. We've disproved the vacuum theories, redefined science, nuclear decay, and of course the grand elusive grand unification theory. And we have new rules for the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. They also decrease by an order of magnitude, but fundamentally the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. And so each energy state changes and is manifest through either natural creation or natural decay. But that energy transfer could be non-consuming or it would be catalytic. Like the sun. The sun gives you energy, but it doesn't decay. But it gives it at a very high transfer rate. And so we can exchange energy at a low transfer rate or a high transfer rate. But the higher the rate, the higher the plasma state. And the higher the transfer rate by many orders of magnitude. And then we get into a new rule where plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. So it transcends the self-serving needs of humanity. Because humanity is part of the creation of the universe, and the universe was created from energy. Energy is always in motion. It's always positive, so the charge indicates the motion. And if there's motion, then it has to go from somewhere. There has to be a relationship, so all things in combination. So even when we look at book number 1 and we see the combination of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, that gives you one field. Well, what does that field interact with? And does it interact in the same energy state? So clearly, the sun is at a higher energy state than the earth, but the sun and the earth interact. So we can actually transcend different energy states. And when we look at the distance between the sun and the earth, and we see that it's full of vacuum, but obviously it's full of energy. And money is the currency on this planet, but energy is the plasma field transaction currency. And the universe is wealthy. And so this energy follows a path. So the subject is the hormones within our body, and they affect our central nervous system, our electron transfer system, and the interstitial network that we have within our body. And this is a network that operates on energy. So the thing about the hormones is there are about 64 that have been named so far, and isn't it interesting that the 64 number is similar to the number of codons in the DNA, similar to the number of codons in the I Ching, which is several thousand years old. And so there are steroids and hormones. And the most common ones are DHEA, dopamine, adrenaline, cortisol, estrogen, and testosterone. Just highlighting a few of them. But basically what hormones do, they're mitigators. They can enhance. So there are two main networks we talked about, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. So the difference between those two is fight or flight. versus rest or digest. And then there are suppressors. And those two are cortisol and dopamine. So what are we enhancing? What are we suppressing? And the reason for it is because there's some factors that are allowable and some are unallowable. And when we get this confusion, then we get this conflict. And it can be very painful. But let's look at DHEA, which is dehydroepiandrosterone. That's the mother of all hormones. And what they say is the older we get, the less we produce. So that's comparable to the aging ratio. But it's also comparable to the problem we had with mother's milk. Because the mother's milk had a only 17% water-soluble calcium. So the intelligence to create the mother's milk formula specified the 17%, because that was enough. How do you know how much is enough? How much is enough? How big is large? When does the artist stop painting? So, as we get older, we have less DHEA, or is it less of excess? Because what's the difference between a baby and an adult? A baby grows into an adult, and an adult grows smarter with intelligence. So it all has to do with sequencing. So one hormone begets another. So hormones themselves are growing in sequencing, and this sequence becomes a pattern. So the pattern becomes a communication sequence, because that's the purpose of hormones, is to facilitate communication. So if we look at the MAGRAPH in the diamond structure, and we see the singularity, which means that it's balanced. But if we remove one, we create a polarity. So now we have a negative charge. And if we add another, we now have duality. And if we add another, we now have trinity. And you see that it's a two-way street, isn't it? Because which way is up and which way is down? And so this becomes the Holy Trinity. But is that all there is? Because the hormones interact. Well, why would they interact? And they especially interact with the adjacent hormones in the line sequence. So what it means is the higher hormone activates the next hormone in line. So the DHEA is the mother of all hormones. So the purpose of the lower hormone is suppress the previous hormone in that line. So there's a priority sequence. So we talked about the main hormones. So the DHEA, the mother of hormones, and then the estrogen and the testosterone. Estrogen being female and testosterone being male. But as we said, the communication is a two-way street. And so there's a priority sequence, except there's something funny going on here. Females have both estrogen and testosterone, and males have testosterone and estrogen, except that males are testosterone dominant and females are estrogen dominant. So in other words, we have both. What happens to the hormonal communication when we take hormonal supplementation. It disrupts this line of communication. It alters the outcome and it alters the feedback. So the balance of the human is a gravitational magnetical relationship or a magnetical gravitational relationship. But the communication is a gravitational magnetical relationship also. So there's a transmission, there's a transition, and then there's something else. So when we talk about energy in motion, that has to be two. So first of all, there's an inside, there's an outside. So there's an intracellular communication. And then there's an outside. The two forces come together and they create a field. And we see that this field is not just in 2 dimensions, but in 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z axis. And then we can see that that field is changeable. We see the rotating field. We see the hole in the gas. So there's another plasma field in there. And what determines that? And so that is a susceptibility. Well, what determines that? And so it's this plasma interaction, this infinity loop where all things are in combination. And we have this magnetical pushing and this gravitational pulling. And the Magravs condition of the balance of these field forces. So we have another line of communication that's intercellular communication. But what happens if one member of that cell group has cancer? That whole community of cells is cancerous. And the communication communicates that. So we see that one cell is dependent on another cell. And so when we talk about dependence, we all like to be interdependent. And we like to be independent. And some of us prefer to be dependent. What we have to understand is codependency. So we played a game of tic-tac-toe. Let's play another game. You know, that multiple choice IQ test. Given the criteria, which one doesn't fit? And play the game at your leisure. Let's talk about PM-TICs. PM-TICs, the principal matter, the energy packs, traveling through the vacuum of outer space, coming together in the force field interaction of antimatter, dark matter, and matter, and creating a Magrav condition. And this neutron at the core component. Remember, it's from this neutron that we have the decay that creates the electron-proton marriage. And so there's this plasma feeding that is going on. Now, when you have an idea in your core, you can share that. And so we see that the energy fields emanate from that. And we are complex and yet well organized. This is a display of intelligence. And so when we talk about a field, no two fields are the same. Because as you go around, when you complete one cycle, so today is July 30th. Last year at this time was July 30th. Last year's July 30th is not the same as this year's July 30th. Yes, it's July the 30th, but we're in a different year. And so things change. And since energy is always in motion, things are always changing. So when we look at references, and when we talk about the tangent line, which is the flat line that meets the curvature of the Earth, and we see the flux lines above the Earth, and although these flux lines rotate around the Earth, understand that each rotation, it comes nearer to the Earth. They're not the same. And so when we look at the perpendicular, which is 90 degrees to the tangent, we have to look at a reference, a relationship, two tangents. What does that mean? So now we have a range where we can operate in. And so we can transport ourselves from, say, one place to another. And wherever we are on the Earth, fortunately for us, we know which place to put our feet on the ground. But, you know, we can transcend these flux lines and transition. Now, plants do this very well. And not only do they grow the stem from the earth, but when they have more room at the top, they end up growing a flower. This is the range of the vertical people. So our fields are a little bit more complex. We have this twist in the center, this crossover. We keep talking about this crossover. So we find that, you know, we are encapsulated in an energy field. But that energy field is crossed over. So the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. And so we find that in the main part of the body, the soul of the body resides. And in the brain, the soul of the man resides. But we're not just horizontal people, we're vertical people. It's when we go to sleep that we're horizontal people. And when we go to sleep, we would like to dream. And so that the dream transcends the field strengths of the earth and is connected. There's a connection. They refer to it as a soul cord. And our soul gets released and it can play without the burden of taking the body, the weakest strength, and let it sleep there. Let it regain its energy, and we'll come back and revisit it in the morning. And so we also have the soul of man. And it is this time it gets elevated. But it has to have maintain a connection so that it can come back in the morning. So this is how we transcend with the soul. This is the way we do it in our physical state. We go to sleep and we liberate the soul. Is this the way it happens when we die? Except that we don't come back to the body. When we come back to the body, well, that's called birth. So how did the soul come into the physicality? Where did that intelligence come from? Because we didn't have a brain and we didn't have a memory. So if we leave, maybe we've lost the connection. Or maybe we need to understand the polarity and how it affects the duality and this holy trinity, and understand there's more we have to take into account. Because not only is there transition, but there's also transmutation. And so we see that this communication, which is a two-way street, it isn't just the hormones, but it's the PM ticks. Because the PM ticks are what travel in the vastness of the vacuum of space. That space in between space between the sun and the earth and all the other parts of the universe that we see. All of that's in a vacuum. Well, the point being, of course, is that if the PM ticks are able to travel through a vacuum in that in-between space, then what kind of space is it that these PM ticks are traveling along the hormonal network? It too must be in a vacuum. And so we have this plasma state, and we can create, and we emit energy, and we can emit that energy on the x-axis or through the polar y-axis. And this is all done at light speed. And when we give, we can receive. So we can absorb the energy. And we can also do that at light speed. Then we look at the world and how it's rotating. We have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. Two polar opposites, but they work together plasmatically to create the one physical rotating Earth. And wherever you are, the North Pole or South Pole, you still get your feet firmly planted on terra firma. And so our dogma of ignorance is based on the flipping failure, the archaeological digging, and the arrogance. We're paid to dig. We're not paid to find anything. The volunteers need to find and accept, just like the souls need to be engaged. It is all time for us all to become wise and understand that in the magnetic reality, when you remove the magnetic field, you remove the force field. But in a plasmatic reality, when you remove the reactor, the field forces remain. And that's why you matter. And that's why when you look at the cup of life, and you put in a zinc plate, a nanocoil, a copper coil, and a regular copper coil, we created this magnetical field and this gravitational field. And the interaction of these two fields created an emotional cup and a physical cup. And it also created a cup of soul. And collectively, these cups together created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And they in combination have a soul. And that soul has to have a reference. And so we have the earth manifestation. And so the manifestation with the earth field and our field is the inertial field, what we call the environment field. And that could be any environment, can't it? Because the rules are the same. Part of the creation of the earth is a part of the plasma feeding rule. You can create in both directions, natural creation or natural decay. And you can also have this catalytic stability as demonstrated by the sun that can feed us this plasma and know that we can feed it back because we are co-creators. And so we have clearly demonstrated in our physical state that we have the various plasma field states, but understand that the small and matter state is the lowest energy state, and so therefore it is magnetical. So that is manifest in the transfer state of heat and electricity. Remember, we started talking about the heat. And then higher energy state is the nuclear physics. And the higher energy state is the plasma physics. And then the dynamic plasma. And then the principal matter. These are not the only states. But these are the part of the states that creates our cells, our organs, our brains, our fingers, our hearts, our souls. They create our universe. And this is all part of the plasma feeding process, which is a demonstration of intelligence, real intelligence. And so we connect between the soul source and our physicality. And we find that the soul is the connector between the non-tangible and the tangible. And we see the enhancement units. One is for the body to enhance the body, and one is for material enhancement to feed our environment. So when we meditate with our soul, we have to open up to the energies of the universe and allow it to come in and yield to its strength so that we can receive the full benefit of the power that it provides. As long as you provide that pattern, and it will provide the energy that you need. And so we at the Keshe Foundation are looking for the greater oneness, and 496 Knowledge Seekers workshops discussing how we're transcending the limitations of nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're calling all knowledge seekers to engage your brain. Life's learning lessons transmute your soul growth. The World Peace Treaty essential for that growth. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul, because this represents the dilution of emotion, which allows the field of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. The ethos maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. The speed of love manifests and determines your inner space, emotional constructs. And the earthbound soul family requires a gravitational transformation to enhance the physical and emotional vitality, not only of our life, but our neighbors. The emotion of knowledge is embodied in that transmutation connection, and it connects equally to the universal cosmic rays freedom broadcast. This is the freedom broadcast of inner space, and the elements of manifestation resonate with the proper plasma universe. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered and exchanged for peace on Earth. Welcome to the new outer space age. And I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much for letting me present.
And we thank you for presenting, Alex. Very nice, very deep. Let's see if we have any questions from our participants or anyone who'd like to raise a point or take exception to what was said, which is not a problem either. I don't think we all have to agree about every point. I know we'll come into a balance about things, but let's just see if anyone would like to open their mic and make a comment. You mentioned we're heat generators. Oh, Elizabeth would like to say something? Maybe, perhaps. I know I usually ask if anyone's been here for the first time. I think Syed was here for a while. I know he asked a question in the Q&A, so we welcome you for joining. Again, I don't know if he joined this group or just happened to stop in, but he was a new participant, I believe. I don't remember seeing him before. And so how do we generate this heat within us, Alex? Do we have a small candle, or is there a little generator going on in there? Or I know Mr. Keshe talked about neutron splitting, which we do constantly and regularly, day and night. I think that's part of it, but could there be more?
Well, of course, there's more, and this was so that's a very good question, and I appreciate your question. The thing is that you're not walking around with an electrical extension cord, and you don't have to, charge your batteries at night.
How about a solar panel? Don't have one of those either.
Yeah, you could kind of, get that special haircut and slap them on the top of your head. But we do need to recharge our batteries, but we do it plasmatically. That's what we do when we go to sleep. And so the real question has to come down is, why do we have to recharge? Why are we consuming on this planet? When you look at the sun is a catalyst, it's not consuming. But then on the other hand, we are recharging our bodies, but we're not doing it with electricity. So that really needs to be the question. How do we do that? And so these classes are basically really trying to point out two very important things. And that is that there is a hidden hand, there's a hidden non-visible activity that is going on, which we call transmutation of the plasma science. And we need to understand that, because we focused on the physical. And with respect to that, why I've pursued this kind of teaching is because that's what was available to us. That's what all of us have been taught with. But what we have to understand is the limitations and the deficiencies, and that leads the way. Like when you have a deficiency, that leads to the new reality. It's not being a how do you call it, a negative person, saying, well, you're always looking at the worst part. If you're trying to solve a problem, you look at what's working and you try and find out what's not working, because it's what's not working that needs to be solved. What's working is already solved. So I'm trying to differentiate with what we understand and what is solved, and not ignore what is not solved. That's what we need to pursue. That's why we need to pursue the plasma science, because we know it exists. We were born We can't remember why we were born. Okay, so let's look at the construct of memory. And we find that the memory construct in physicality is what gives us the consciousness. We weren't born with a consciousness. We were born with an unconsciousness. We can't remember that. But it's a good thing that that business was taken care of when we were born. Because if it was only taken care of by what we knew, what a mess it would be. So, you know, and you say, thanks God. Yeah. Because don't thank you. Thanks God. But it isn't just that. Because you're on a path. And your path is different from anyone else's path. And so we need to look at these differences. And we say, how can we all be the same and still all be different? So you're standing and you're standing straight. You're perpendicular to the surface of the earth. And someone next to you is standing straight, perpendicular to the surface of the earth. But their field reference is totally different from yours. It's not yours. It's beside yours. And so this is where the diversity comes in. And it is that gap that allows for this diversity and allows for this energy exchange. And that energy exchange transcends any limitations and any boundaries that you impose on it. And our current society needs to impose boundaries so that we can stay within this limited understanding. And we reinforce that with abuse. And that abuse basically transfers the blame for the limitations onto the victim. And we've been taught to accept that. So we need to look at the way things are created. And so ask the flower that grows. Remember last year I walked through the field and I abused you? And this year you grew back? No, you don't remember the abuse? Why would you need to remember that abuse? Because that would only take away from the beauty of that flower. We don't need to carry that baggage. And that's what we need to learn. We need to learn to drop that baggage because that baggage is energy consuming. And nothing anybody says can affect you unless you allow it. So don't allow it. We have a world of abuse. And we need to stop that. And the first thing that we need to do is to stop that within ourselves, within our own inner space, and understand that we are part of the creation. We are here, guests on earth. Guests are welcome. There's a welcome mat to come to the earth. We are welcome guests. But guests lose their welcome when they start to abuse their hosts, don't they? And so you get evicted. So we need to be courteous, polite, respectful, and above all else, peaceful. Because we won't be guests anywhere if we're not. that we are not even respectful of our own environment here. That needs to change. So the focus is really to understand the difference between the physical reality and the plasma reality. And so all the knowledge seekers, when you look at something and say, okay, you know what? That has heat, that has pressure, that is visible. That means it's physical. What is the substructure behind that? What is the energy transmutation that is causing that to happen? And is it coming from a higher source, or is it sucking from a lower source? How do we engage with the bounty of the universe? And you know, whose permission do we have to ask to do that? Well, you have to ask the same person that allowed you to be born, which is, you know, the obvious answer is you. You only have to ask yourself. You have to ask permission from yourself. And you have to be gracious. You have to be gracious.
And I have a question.
And I look forward to the question.
I was going to say, we have a mic open. Great.
Yeah. You were talking about what's solved doesn't need anything done. And what's unsolved needs something done. And
yes.
And when there's something unsolved, it is often called having something to do with negativity. And negativity can be perceived as abuse. That's where that circle, or triangle is what I would like to explore a little more. Because it's something, this is something that I deal with a lot, is where am I affecting other people in an abusive way by stating things that are not right, that need to be addressed. I'm sort of disturbing their calm and their status quo. And when is that okay and when is it not?
Oh, Mr. Keshe seems to upset the status quo quite often. I think he calls it throwing a cat into the pigeon's nest.
Right.
As one example, but go ahead, Alex.
But he gets to do that because he's a very, smart, reputable researcher, and I'm just not. So I don't get to do that. Then
but you are the head of the household. And
I am.
Yes, you are, and you know your household is depending on your navigation skills. So you know it behooves you to fulfill that role. You can't just be the captain of the ship and just say, oh, there's an iceberg ahead and I'm not going to do anything about it.
Well, it's in this case it's the larger family running into icebergs, or I foresee icebergs or have seen icebergs, but my warnings are not welcome.
No, and this is where the familiarity breeds contempt, right? And no, it's a sad state of affairs because the people get into a comfort zone and they don't want to move from that comfort zone because it's comfy. Everyone likes to be comfy. There's no problem with that until until you get evicted, and you don't want to get to that stage, okay? Because that's one of the things that we have. Planning is done in advance, and that's done through foresight and through knowledge. So if you see that you're going to be running into an iceberg, then you have to do something about it. But as the head of the household, you have that responsibility to do that. You take it seriously. But you also put yourself in the line of fire and you become the handy excuse, if you will. You won't get accolades for avoiding the iceberg, but you sure get a lot of abuse for causing the disturbance, because you may have to have a sudden movement to avoid that iceberg, and it may cause discomfort to the passengers. And that's too bad. And
Yeah.
and it creates a lot of friction. And so what they do to they have a loss of energy, so they have to derive it from somewhere, and they've grown accustomed to deriving it from the weakest point, and so they take it from you. And the thing that you have to do is that you have to set up a barrier and not allow that abuse to affect you, because they can throw as much abuse as they want, but it isn't effective until you accept it. Nothing they say or do can affect you unless you allow it.
No, it's the other way around. They feel like I'm abusing them with my negativity.
Well, that's just a point of view, isn't it?
It is.
So, yeah. And but you have to understand that the human species and the way the universe works, it's benevolent and peaceful. And so if we are in a group that is not benevolent and peaceful, this is alien to us, and we're ill-equipped to handle that. And so we make excuses on behalf of that instead of dealing with the problem. That's why we become so susceptible, so look at the YouTube channel, for instance. You have all of these contributors to the YouTube channel who are all basically parroting one another. There's no individual thought or unique thought, and there's no contribution. It basically seems to be, as they say, circling the drain. They are looking for excuses, and they are finding them, and they're broadcasting that. There is no point in focusing on the problem if you can't offer a solution. And so that goes both ways. So if they see you as an abuser because you're focusing on the solution and they're not, then that becomes their problem. And that's what you have to do, is you have to allow them to enjoy the benefits of their own abuse. Now, they may say, well, they won't enjoy that benefit. Well, then why are they giving it to you? Because that's what humans are. They like to give things. They feel better when they give things. That's why we have Christmas. We give presents, right? You give presents for that one day of the year to show how generous you are, because the other 364 days of the year, you are totally self-serving and abusing to everybody else. So that one day allows you to do that. Well, you know what? Maybe that's excessive. Let's just do it one day a week. Let's just do it on Sundays. We'll go to church and we'll be pious, and that'll account for all the abuse we do for the other 6 days of the week. That's not the way to live. That's not what life is all about. Life is bountiful. Life is every minute of every day. And we are all part of that. And so there are two aspects to that, the giving and the taking. So in other words, it's raining outside, and you say, oh, what a lousy day, it's raining. But you're a farmer, and you say, oh, thank God I've got the rain, now my crops will grow. It's still raining, but one's looking at it from a bad point of view and one's looking from a good point of view. So the point of view becomes really important. But all in all, at the end of the day, if you look at it and you say, what was the reason for my being here? It's a tough question. And if you say, well, the reason I was here is so that I would be handy to accept abuse. Well, if that is your answer, then you are abusing yourself. So you have to look at yourself as a teacher and say, this is the way life works. And I'm following that path and I'm leading by example. I had a confrontation with a gentleman, and he had built a very comfy situation for himself where he was getting paid to manage a property, and all the money that was going into the management of that property was going into his pocket. And I inadvertently, unbeknownst to me, I really upset his world. And I didn't realize how badly I upset it until he confronted me and verbally abused me in the most hysterical fashion. I have never seen anyone yell at me in such an irrational way. I've had people yell at me, but this was beyond belief. And I just stood there and I just looked at him calmly while he basically scrambled his brains and lost his cool and everything, broke into a sweat and almost started crying. And then when he was exhausted, he stopped and away he went. And I took over the job. And the truth really hurt. And I feel sorry for him. But, you know, I tried to teach him a lesson. Not spitefully, but I tried to teach him a lesson that the reason we were having difficulty was because business wasn't being taken care of. And I've been guilty of that in my own life. And it's always easy to be a referee, you know, in someone else's life. You know, it is like a guidance counselor or you know, a marriage counselor. Oh, I know what you should do in your life. And then goes home and, you know, his home is a mess. I mean, that's got to be the worst admission of failure of a marriage counselor to apply for a divorce, I would say. So the divorce starts with the original decision, and the original decision is, what do you want from that relationship? And unfortunately, you know, when we're young, we have physical urges, and that becomes the dominant motivation. But there are others who are looking for security, or they're looking for that, you know, shall we say, physical presence of a man in the family, or maybe they're looking for a showpiece. So, you know, look, I'm with a very popular figure. And so that enhances and gives you prestige. But where is that building, that amino acid, that building block of life? Then you say, well, 1 and 1 is more than 2. So what do you want to achieve? And then once you achieve, you say, well, I want a home, you know, I want a family, I want security, I want a good job, I want these material things. Okay. And then when you achieve that, then what? And for the majority of us, we never get to that point. It's the extremely wealthy who have the luxury of sitting there and contemplating the universe, just saying, well, you know, I have everything that I need, and I don't have to worry about the rent, and I don't even have to go to work today. I can do absolutely nothing all day, and I cannot contribute at all to the universe or the earth or whatever. And at the end of the day, how do you feel? Well, you kind of feel useless, don't you? You say, well, you know, I have all this money and I have all this success, but I feel useless. So there's 2 ways to do it. And that's one is to seek out how you can make this universe a better place, or you can just abuse someone and make them feel worse than you. And so you now feel superior. And it fulfills your need. This is a very ignorant way to do things. And once it starts as a seed, that seed grows. And this is where we're at, where we're having a competition of the kind of seeds that are out there. And so there's some seeds that are growing in a very fruitless way and some in a very fruitful way. But when we look at the rest of the universe and we see how the rest of the universe operates, we have to ask ourselves a tough question. How come things are so well organized everywhere else and so disorganized within my own life? And is that what it is between the time I was born and the time I died? Is that what life is all about? Because the universe was here before you were born, and the universe will be here after you leave. So there's more. Why are we always settling for crumbs? Now we have a capability of doing more. And doing more effectively. And that involves being empowered, and that involves not leaking. So don't give abuse, don't take abuse. Take responsibility.
Thank you.
We all are in that same boat, trust me.
Agree. I think Ying, did you want to come in? I saw your mic pop open. Is there a comment you wanted to make? Feel free.
No, it's a mistake.
No problem. No problem at all. And back to this heat generator, Alex, unless had something else.
I can always come up with something else.
Okay. Right ahead. Whoa, what an instinct. No, are you a troublemaker?
Oh, yes, I am.
I'm glad. If you're not getting in trouble, you're not doing much, are you?
That's right. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to say, Alex, the fields of the sun interact with the fields of the earth, the upper atmosphere. We create the nitrogen. Now, there must be some scratching or scintillation of the field, sort of rubbing against and creating these little sparks. Even though it's cool, it may not generate any heat. But I was thinking, what about the organs within our own structure? Each one of those organs are emitting a field. Could that be also responsible? I know part of it is the splitting of the neutron, but could another part, the rubbing of the fields between organs, let's say? Could that scintillation there, rubbing, create some sort of sparks in a way? I mean, these are very, very micro.
Oh, are you referring to heat generation now?
Yes, back to that.
Well, my point is that the heat generation is a physical attribute. Okay, so if you're looking at the product being heat, and then you're looking at the source of that heat being your body, it does not account for the transmutation process, the exchange of energy between the plasmatic fields that are part of your construction and the physical fields that are the manifestation of that substructure. This is really where the focus should be. Identifying which field are you operating in. Okay, so you don't have a uniform, you don't have a color. What you have is a physicality and a plasma reality. And you have to understand that the plasma reality supports the physical reality. Understand that we can be in the plasma reality without obligation to be in the physical reality. If we understand that, then right away we know that the physical reality, which we all focus on extremely hard, is such a, it's a crumb next to the loaf of bread, if you will. And so that bounty is available to all of us. And that's all I want to say, is that we need to be able to identify what is the crumb and what is the loaf of bread. And say, well, you know, that should be very obvious. Well, if it's so obvious, then, you know, why are we having this problem? Why are people killing people for the sake of money? What that means is that they value the money more than they value the life. How is that possible? It's only possible when someone puts a value on that life. When life is priceless. So when you look at things that you can do with money, you can buy an organ, you know, you can buy a kidney, you can buy a heart, or as in one person I know, they sold their kidney, and so there are people who, you know, sell their children, and in fact, the people who sell their soul. And so they sell something that is absolutely priceless, value beyond imagination, manifest from the energy of the universe in such a way that you cannot recreate it physically, and you sell it for money, which some guy prints out on a printing press and says, that's worth $1, that's worth $2. Well, you know, maybe you're getting shortchanged here. Maybe, you know, and that should be worth $10 and $20. You know, who decides it's $1 or $2? And so when you're looking at it, at money, and you're trading it for something that's valuable, that's good business. And peace and tranquility, peace and harmony is really not something that you can buy with money. Peace has to be in the whole community. You can have your own property, you can put your own fence, and you can have your own little Shangri-La. And then you're surrounded by neighbors who are total hooligans, have no respect, and they create misery. And for them, that's their game. And they like to play that game. So you'll become a victim of that game by nearness and proximity. So what you have to do is you have to isolate yourself, seek refuge. But, you know, when you're in the middle of it, you know, the only refuge you may find may be in the basement in a corner room. But in the universe, you can be wherever you want to be, and you get to decide. And you don't have to take the abuse. And this is the thing. When you go out into outer space, if you go with the wrong intentions, you don't have to isolate yourself from anybody else. Don't worry, they will isolate you. You will succeed in being the loneliest in the universe. And then, you know, this is why soldiers of fortune commit suicide. Because there's never enough money in the bank. You know, when my friend told me that as a contractor, when he was pricing a job for a homeowner, he could never overcharge them. And I said, well, how is that possible? You know, of course you can overcharge them. No, it's never, because at the end of the job, it's never enough, you know, because they paid you money, they assume they have the right to abuse you. Oh, I don't like the quality of your workmanship. I don't like this, I don't like that. And it makes them feel important. And instead of looking at the job and creation that you've created and being grateful for that. I don't like dismantling things because someone invested time and energy to create that, to build that. So is that how we're going to spend our life? Dismantling everything that other people have created? And I did this on the farm. One thing that I wanted to do in my farm is I wanted to not have to heat as much because we were burning wood. And the previous owner went through 8 cords of lumber. I went through 2 cords of lumber. The temperature went down to minus 35 degrees. I went through 2 cords of lumber. The temperature never went down below 15 degrees in the house. Why? Because I put a pond in the house. I put a 600-gallon pond in the house. And I was able to grow plants all year. Never went below 15 degrees. It was minus 35 degrees on standard. When we moved out, the owner dismantled the pond. The building froze. The foundation lifted. The walls tilted. Place was a mess. He didn't have to take out the pond. All he had to do was enjoy it. The work was already done. But then I noticed that's what he does. He always takes apart something. If he needed a part, he would take the part of something that was working and remove it and add it to the part that wasn't working to get it to work. But in the end, he ended up with the same thing. He had something working and something not working. So what's the difference? The difference is get another part. Leave the thing that's working. That's not what you have to worry about. Look at what's lacking. That's where you devote your attention to. And so fix that. It's just a way of thinking. It's a way of looking after things. And so why did I join the Keshe Foundation? Okay, because the Keshe Foundation understood physics, understood science, understood the truth. And all I needed to do, I don't need to know how to generate a plasma generator. I just need to know that it's the truth, that it actually works. All of us had a cup of life. All of us created plasma energy. All of us benefited from that. That's the truth. And how do you know? How do you know? You have to know. You have to learn how to know. And you have to be dependable so that you don't make a mistake. But at least the benefit from a mistake happens down the road. You don't make that same mistake again. That's the benefit of a mistake. But then you have to know. And so what we know is what is physical and what is plasma, and how we know how the two interact. So we know that they do interact. This is the key point. We have to know the difference.
Okay, had her mic open. Is it still open? No, okay. Someone else would like to come in? Any questions? I know some of us have been here for quite a while. Gail?
Yes, please. For Alex, I'm trying to understand, when we're giving energy, we're giving from our soul, do we, I'm trying to think of how to put this. Okay, it says that we give away what we don't need. But then how do you actually do that? If I say I'm giving freely from my soul, am I just giving things away that I shouldn't because I need them to actually exist? If that makes any sense. So,
No,
yeah, go ahead.
there's no garbage. So you give what you don't need. But you're not giving to someone and saying, here, I don't need this, you take this, now you deal with it. Okay, that's a malicious intent. If you're giving, you're giving with good intent. And so you have to decide, am I going to give to you? Oh, well, you don't need it. Why would I give to you? It's like giving a wealthy person, giving them money. They don't need it. What do they need? So you want to give them something, that they don't have. And it could be just something so simple as, being polite. And this is the best way to deal with the bully, because that's not the way they operate. They deal with confrontation. So what they want is confrontation. So if you deny them, you don't give them the confrontation, okay? Because that involves you. Now you are giving something of malicious intent, so you're feeding that. That's not what you want. You want to give what you are made from. You are not made from conflict, okay? You're made from creation. So you are coming from the bounty. So when you give with good intention. And if you don't know who to give to, put it out there. And how do you put that out? Someone comes into your life and says, oh, I was trying to find this thing and I couldn't find it. So, oh, you know what? I've got this here, and maybe I was holding it on to all this time just to give it to you, and I'm going to give it to you. And I said, well, how much is that? Well, you know what? I was intending on throwing it away, so I'm going to throw it away to you. I'm going to give it to you for free. Well, not only have you fulfilled a need for that person, but you've now shown a generosity which money can't actually give, because the giving of money is not being generous when you're using it as a tax write-off. Giving the monies and it is through a generosity. It is to enhance a person's life. That's the purpose of giving money. You don't give the money because you want them to go buy drugs so that they can abuse themselves. You want them to be able to enhance their life. So that's with the good intent. So when you give of yourself. So now you've created a need within yourself. So what do you draw to yourself? Well, you draw what you need. You have created a flow. And if you have excess of what you don't need, then that you want to give to someone who will benefit from that. So from your point of view, well, that's no benefit to me. Well, the benefit is that you have it. The benefit is that you are aware. The benefit is that you see the value. And so you are not putting it in the garbage dump. I used to be ashamed, shall we say, based on my upbringing. I used to be ashamed, to pick anything from the garbage. Well, we have now gotten into a situation on the streets at night where dumpster diving is becoming an art form. because for some people it's a matter of life and death. And so people throw stuff in the garbage, in the dumpster. And one of the things that I found was that when I go to a certain neighborhood, the garbage is, well, it's garbage. But if I go into a wealthy neighborhood, when they throw out their garbage, oh my God, that's valuable. I swear to God, this is the truth. I picked up a brand new broom, never been used, in the garbage dump in a wealthy neighborhood. I mean, who needs a broom, right? You can never use a broom, right? Brand new. Who would throw out a broom? It's unbelievable. But that's how people are. They have no respect for things that people create. So it's different from hoarding. We're talking about keeping things that are necessary and taking advantage of it. Okay, so we are living in a throwaway society. And the reason for that is because then we can consume more. Well, consuming more and having more is not the same thing. Because we know that poor people consume a lot. So they are consuming this. That's not the problem. It's just that what they're consuming is not worth anything. And so the things that are worthless are things that are advertised heavily on television. Things that are worthless are in the front of the convenience center. They're in that aisle where you stand in line to cash out at the grocery store. All the things that you see there. And I don't want to offend anybody, so I'm not going to mention product names and stuff like that, but it's things that will not help. Okay, they don't contribute to your health. They don't contribute to the environment. They contribute to addictions, bad behavior, and in the end, honestly, if you go to some of the stores and you stand in the middle of the store and you just review the whole store from the center, you just swirl around in a circle and gaze at everything there and understand that all those products there are garbage in transition. They look new, and within a month's time, the packaging will be garbage for sure, and the contents may even be garbage. This is garbage in transition. These are not products. This is how we've structured our life. What you want to do is you want to make sure that with everything that you're doing is constructive in that regard. So you have to make some tough decisions and say, this is what I want, or this is what I need, and this is what I'll have. And you have what you need and need what you have, and don't need something because the Joneses have it. Or, you don't want that thing because that thing is more expensive than your friend has, so that you can brag about it. That's not need. So we don't have the things that we need. And what do we need now on this planet? It's the same thing we've needed in history. Life essentials. You want to start a business? Deal with the life essentials: air, water, food, security. And the Keshe Foundation is providing food security, energy security, internet security, and now providing health security. These are essentials. And providers provide essentials, and terrorists deny essentials. You need to know the difference. Well, that's a terrific question here.
And what a good answer. but if I'm, taking the 5 minutes and I want to give from my soul, so we don't, our intention is to elevate. Is that, that's something. So I would say that and say, I would like to elevate souls to, well, if you're elevating, you're going to have everything you need, kind of. If everybody is sharing all around, then it's not exactly a balance, but if we're giving what is needed, then that's a better thing. But I can't be specific. I can't know.
Right. And you can't be conditional either.
So you cannot, yeah.
Well, okay, let's say you need a new set of tires. Okay, well, that's being specific. So you would fulfill that need, okay? But, you don't go to get tires at the transmission shop, okay? Because when you ask them, I need tires, they'll change your transmission, right? So you've got to, align things that way. But when you give on a plasmatic level, so what you're doing is you're sharing the best of you. And the best of you is the energy source that is within you, this heat generator that is in you. You don't give them the heat that is created from your body heat, unless it's cold outside and so you're cuddling up to somebody to share the heat to keep them warm. Okay, that is one benefit, but that is physical. But if you give them the good intentions, the good feelings, their soul will respond. Why will their soul respond? Because the soul communicates on a plasma level. It's the physical body that communicates on the physical level. So you can't give from your soul to their physicality. Their physicality doesn't understand that. Their physicality responds to their soul. And it doesn't respond just to their soul. There's an interaction. The physicality is an inertia field from the combination of two other fields. So this was my second point that I wanted to say. The physical body is an inertia field from the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of the body in an environment. So there's a third part to the reactor, right? The star formation. It's the soul of the earth. The soul of the earth, the soul of the man, the soul of the body. That's the basis, the gravitational basis of the star formation and the physical body, which is the physical manifestation. And it is the weakest, so it is at the top. It is the magnetic. And in the case of the physicality, this is a feature. It's not a curse. This is a feature. And it's not something that we should convert to a gravitational force. This is an ability for us to enjoy another aspect of another dimension. And so we can take that physicality now and take it to another environment. Well, so what are we doing? Is that what we are? We're just environment jumpers? Well, okay, here we are in Earth. Okay, well, that was nice. Let's trash the place. Let's go to Mars. Oh, we don't like Mars. Well, let's just dump our garbage here. Don't forget to empty out the ashtray in the driveway. And let's take off to Jupiter. We'll go there for a lap. That's not the way the universe works. The universe is purposeful. Life grows. Life wants to live. And so, we have to behave. You don't have to tell someone to behave. They automatically behave. But, you want to look at the culture. And one of the things that is an anomaly for me anyway, I have great respect for the Japanese community. But, they're having a problem. And so there's a lot of wisdom in their community. So We have to look at the people, because the wisdom is in the people, the strength is in the people. And so they have this parable where they have this big bowl of soup, and it's big, it's 5 feet in diameter, right, 2 meters in diameter. And so they give you a ladle. And so to get into the bowl of soup, the ladle has to be 2 meters long. And so everybody's around this soup bowl. The soup is hot, and they want to enjoy the soup. How did they do this? So you have to have a teamwork going. One group picks up the ladle. Maybe you need 3, 4 people to pick it up. And they dip it into the soup, and they feed the person across on the other side. And then they go around the bowl like that, and everybody gets fed. Because that's the objective, isn't it? What good is it if you get fed and everybody else is starving? You know what? Then you become the hunted. So this is not what you want. So we really have to be, very selective what we give our time and attention to. So you give your time and attention to what you want. That's why you're all wasting your time here on Sunday afternoon, because it's not a waste of time. Because the next encounter that you will have is another inhabitant of this planet. And it doesn't have to be family. But whoever you encounter, you want there to be a positive outcome from that in terms of a benefit. And can you quantify that benefit? It's like the one-armed fisherman. He caught a fish that was this big. You just cannot quantify these things. How big is large? Well, a crumb for someone that's hungry maybe be a full meal. But now, we're at the point now where, and then Mark will attest to this, most of us have cut back, about 60% of how much we eat. So, with the inflation rate being 10 and 20%, this is the only way we can offset that. But, the reality is that we have an artificial shortage. The universe is a bountiful place. It is constantly giving. And you know that because you go into the field and everything's growing. In that maybe the stuff that's growing is not what you want, but you have to look at the fact that it is growing. And what is it that's growing where? And who decided? Well, the plants decided. Well, where did they get that intelligence? What school did they go to? How does the plant know to grow there? Because the plant is growing with the soul of the plant, the soul of the body of the plant in conjunction with the soul of the earth. And the plant is a physical manifestation of that field interaction. And why does the soul of the earth want that plant there? There's a reason for it. It's something that the earth needs, so that the earth puts out the welcome mat. You can grow here. It's us who want to geoengineer and say, I don't want a tropical rainforest. Who wants that? I want grass. You're basically telling the universe to shut up. Tell the universe to shut up, tell the sun to shut up, tell the earth to shut up. Yes, I'm here now. I'm in charge. I'm taking care of business. Really? Look at the mess you're creating. Yeah, well, as long as I don't have you to complain about it, I'm all right. So we are just settling. We all settle. We all settle for the lowest common denominator. We need to demand more. And the first thing we need to demand more is to demand more of ourselves, but not to be abusive to ourselves as, I have this to-do list and the only thing I did on it was the first item, at 40 things on the to-do list and I failed to do 39 of them. Yeah, but you did that first one because that one had to go. So you focus on that and then you did it. How long did it take? You know what? It took as long as it took. And that's the same thing with the foundation. You know, we've taken as long as we've taken. And I'm not happy about it. But, you know, there's a reason for it. It wasn't ready. But now it's ready. And what's really good is that the world is worse today than it was last year. And next week it's going to be worse again. And this is what we need. We need to make this place so bad that everybody wakes up and says, you know what? This is unacceptable. We're done with this. We need to join the rest of the universe because the universe is a benevolent, peaceful, bountiful place. It's a cornucopia of opportunity, wealth, knowledge, and intelligence. And it's heaven. And we need heaven on earth. And the earth needs heaven on earth. Okay, I'm going to get off my high horse here.
No problem. I hope we go the easy way or easier way than the hard way. And I think that's what the foundation and the government's leading government.
Oh, we're on the plasma highway, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else like to share anything else? I know it's midnight in Europe. Many of us have been in a number of different sessions today. So we're going to bring this meeting to a close. I'll show the, thank you very much, Alex, of course. We'll just show the last bits of the store that may be remaining. I'm not sure what is remaining in the store, if anything, but I'm sure we'll see these products perhaps and many more in the coming. Whoops, something's happening here. Okay. I don't know what that means. Huh. Okay. Let's just, I was just trying to, sometimes these computers do some interesting things.
You've got the screen.
Okay. We do have the screen. This is the store. I'll play the clip that we played in intermission. As you can see, as Mr. Keshe has indicated, that the products in the store are being depleted. I'm sure it'll stay up for quite a while, the ambassadors conference and some of the items that are remaining. But basically, the foundation has got out of the manufacturing and distribution. For the most part, we'll see this come in a very heavy way, I believe, out of China with, as he mentioned, 20 to 30,000 new products. There's probably 150 or more. And some of these products will be replicated, I'm sure. So you can take a look in the store, see if you'd like to pick up anything. Some of them were supposedly offered 2 for 1. But again, you'll have to check and see what your needs are and what you'd like. But I'm sure the Chinese are already starting to build an inventory of products that will be released. So this is going to, again, happen in a big way. And this knowledge being released in the matter state, the fast, rapid transportation. But the store will be quite full and never out of stock. And many, many new products, I think we'll see. And we'll have a lot of fun with these products. They may be a little more expensive, but I'm sure we'll get used to that as well. So let me play this little clip, final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else have any other thoughts, something they've been wanting to share? We're more than willing to listen. Okay, then. We will go to the workshop. We'll play what was played in the intermission, which is always between the teaching and the Q&A sessions. One of these is the first one is the moon excursion last year. And some of the other ones I think we'll see for this rapid transportation, delivery of items and so on. So thank you all for joining us as we continue on this most exciting time the planet humanity has probably ever seen. I know some of this technology and aspects of it were on this planet before, but this is all about elevation of the soul of the man to bring about that permanent, peaceful condition. And then we move into the universe. So thank you all for joining us, adding your field support, and continuing to carry this very large canvas, which we all have a small corner of. Thank you as well, Alex, for your continued presence, teaching, and sharing. And have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or wherever you may be.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo, and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. Creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.